After more than a year of political warfare, attack ads, endorsements, and one of the most closely watched Republican battles in the country, Texas voters are deciding whether Senator John Cornyn will return to Washington or whether Attorney General Ken Paxton will end Cornyn's 24-year Senate career. But the Senate race is not the only part of tonight's story. In Houston, Democrats are battling in a generational showdown in Texas' 18th congressional district. Veteran Congressman Al Green faces freshman Congressman Christian Menefee in a member versus member runoff created by Texas redistricting. Another closely watched Democratic contest is unfolding in Texas' 33rd district, where former Congressman Colin Allred is attempting a political comeback against Congresswoman Julie Johnson. And in the newly drawn 35th district, both parties face contentious runoff battles. Democrats are watching the surprising candidacy of progressive activist Maureen Galindo, funded by a mysterious super PAC that Democrats say is tied to Republicans. Throughout the evening tonight, we'll bring you live results, candidate speeches, reporter analysis, and reaction from campaign headquarters as Texas voters shape the next chapter of the 2026 midterm elections. Primary runoff night in Texas begins now. Good evening, everyone, from Washington, and welcome to C-SPAN's primary night coverage. Polls in eastern Texas will close in just under a half an hour. You'll start to see results for key races at the bottom of your screen. And of course, you'll be able to follow along on cspan.org for all of the results. We will include all of you in tonight's primary night coverage as well. We want you to join the conversation. Democrats dial in at 202-748-8920, Republicans 202-748-8921, Independents 202-748-8922, and if you voted in Texas today, call in at 202-748-8923. Joining us for tonight at the desk is Aaron Covey, who is the U.S. House editor with Cook Political Report, and Jacob Rubashkin is back with us as well, deputy editor of Inside Elections. And we also have Puck's Washington correspondent, Abby Livingston, as part of the conversation as well. And Abby, I want to start with you because you were with us, so was Jacob, back in March for this primary contest. And here we are in May. What has changed?
Well, it could be who comes out first, because John Cornyn came out first in March, and he's predicted not to this time, but we will have to wait and see the results. There are some paths, glimmers of a path for him after Donald Trump endorsed him. The other big change is that Republicans have spent another tens of millions of dollars supporting John Cornyn, and it may not work. And so that is more money going into the money pit of Texas for Republicans. And so, but otherwise, it's been somewhat status quo. They've had the same arguments, and Cornyn has hammered Paxton on ethical and personal issues. But I guess the biggest thing to say is that the Trump endorsement is the biggest change. Right, and that's what we'll be watching tonight. Jacob Rubashkin, how big? This endorsement came last week, final stretch of the campaign. How big of an impact do you think it will have tonight?
It's a harder question to answer than you might think, because it depends what we're comparing it to. Are we comparing it to Trump not endorsing either candidate, as it looked like he probably was on the path for by the end of this cycle? Or are we comparing it to Trump endorsing John Cornyn? Because absent any Trump endorsement, Cornyn looked like he was in real trouble already. Even though he had come in first in the first round of the primary, somewhat surprisingly, as we recall from that evening in March, he only won by about 1 point ahead of Ken Paxton. We know incumbents really struggle in runoffs. He was at 42%. He needed to make up 8% of the vote in order to get to that majority he needs tonight. And he was struggling. His allies had largely abandoned him. Groups that had spent tens of millions on his behalf in the first round of this primary pulled back entirely, leaving him not exactly strapped for cash, but at a significantly less substantial advantage than he had been in round one. He was hoping for an inside straight here. And not only did he not get the Trump endorsement, Trump waded in unexpectedly on behalf of Ken Paxton. So that took John Cornyn from a bad place to an even worse place. I think absent an endorsement, Paxton probably still the favorite. With the endorsement, I think the president's taken a lot of suspense out of the results tonight. in the past couple days.
I teed up some of the House races that we want to watch tonight, too. What would you add to what I talked about in those 3 races?
Yeah, I mean, 2 of these races are really ultimately a result of the redistricting that Texas Republican lawmakers did last summer. In the race between Al Green and Christian Menifee in Houston, you would think that Green would have the advantage given that he represents about 2/3 of this district already. But this has really been a big generational contest, and Menifee and his allies have far outspent Green. So I do think Menifee is favored there. And then in Dallas, Julie Johnson really does look like the underdog against Colin Allred, her predecessor, who of course was running for Senate a second time before deciding to drop out and run for his old House seat instead. Now, he came in first place in the runoff by about an 11-point margin. So I think he was already in the driver's seat, but he's been able to consolidate support from some of the more progressive groups and figures within this district since then.
All right. Well, we already have a first call, and it comes from Dallas, Texas. So I think we should take it on our line for Republicans. Charles, go ahead. Did you vote?
I'm going to vote for Trump.
What about in the runoff, Charles? Did you vote in the runoff contests?
I could run in. Trump's not running. He's endorsing, right?
Right. Ken Paxton. Do you favor Ken Paxton in that Senate contest over John Cornyn?
Okay, then I'm going to vote for Cornyn.
You're going to vote for Cornyn. Why?
Because he's a Democrat, or because he's a Republican.
All right. So is it possible that there is any type of scenario where the endorsement would backfire in this runoff contest? Jacob?
I mean, it's hard to think through how that might happen. What we've seen from Republican primaries across the board this cycle so far is that Trump remains very popular among Republican primary voters, even as his overall approval rating among all adults in America, among voters in America, has continued to decline to its lowest point essentially across either of his 2 terms. Among the voters who show up for Republican primaries, Trump is still the guiding light. He is still the most popular figure in the party. And so for him to weigh in for Paxton, I think that is 100% unalloyed good for Ken Paxton. It's hard for Cornyn to spin that in any sort of way that could see him picking up votes. It's not as if there are all these Republicans in Texas who are sitting around saying, I don't like that Trump guy. Whoever he says to vote for, I'm going to make sure to show up and vote for the other guy. That just doesn't really exist.
Abby Livingston, how did Ken Paxton pivot after he received that endorsement from the president?
Well, he's been campaigning, and he's been, campaigning like a front runner. And coming back to the Cornyn question, just one thought that popped to my mind. I've only heard this anecdotally, but I think it did a great deal to demoralize Cornyn's troops, some of his voters. I would just have to say that the moment that endorsement came down, the reality of that race seemed to really hit. Now, I could be surprised tonight. I've been surprised many times with elections, but it seemed to be the beginning of the general election, even though it was a week early. What
about voter turnout? What do you expect tonight in Texas, Abby, and who could that help?
Typically so Cornyn had a pretty good head start, or it appeared to be so. Places where the cities, San Antonio, had pretty strong turnout prior to the endorsement. But historically speaking, Texas runoffs, and we can look back to the 2012 Republican primary with Ted Cruz, where he upended the establishment. Usually incumbents who get kicked to a runoff struggle to get their voters out, but also the further fringe candidates, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, have a much easier job to get their very excited voters out for a runoff. And so my anticipation is that this will be a Paxton-friendly crowd, but we will have to wait and see.
Let's take a look at the primary runoff spending. Now, this is after the March primary, and these 2 candidates, according to, this is campaign and PAC spending as of May 15th. The source is Texas Tribune, and these are ad impact numbers. $15.9 million spent on behalf of Senator John Cornyn, and Ken Paxton, $4.6 million. Abby, is this a trend that continued from earlier in the year before the March primary?
Absolutely. Cornyn's been on television for months just hammering Ken Paxton, Cornyn and his allies, and this kept up during the runoff. This is an incredible amount of money that is going into a Texas primary that may be for naught. And on top of that, it means Cornyn, who was 2 times the NRSC chairman, he has been a member of leadership, he has been a leader in the party, he's been the conduit between other senators and Texas in fundraising. And so his energy focusing on his own survival has meant not just that money is going into Texas, but less money is coming out of Texas as well to other Senate campaigns.
We are less than 20 minutes away from the first polls closing, the majority of the polls closing in the state of Texas for this special primary runoff night in Texas. We're talking about this key Senate race as well as some congressional House seats. And this evening we'll be giving you results, reporter analysis, and we'll also get remarks from candidates as well. We're including all of you in the conversation, as we always do here on C-SPAN, so keep dialing in. I want to give you a flavor of what voters in Texas have seen in this runoff contest for the Senate Republican nomination. Take a look.
President Trump endorsed Ken Paxton for Senate, calling him a true MAGA warrior who has always delivered for Texas.
An attorney general who has really led the way, somebody who has been brave and strong. Ken Paxton, my complete and total endorsement.
We can trust Ken Paxton to secure our border and defend our gun rights. Stand with President Trump. Vote Ken Paxton for Senate. Lone Star Liberty PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Who can we trust to secure our elections? Not John Cornyn. For decades, Cornyn refused to sponsor a bill to require a photo ID to stop non-citizens from voting in American elections. He didn't back the bill until he was in danger of losing his primary after refusing to act for over 8,000 days in office.
What we have is a senator who's doing everything that he can to make it seem like he's a MAGA Republican so that he can get through his primary. But Senator Cornyn, this is not him.
Now Cornyn's opposing President Trump, flip-flopping and refusing to end the filibuster to pass the Save America Act.
What would you say to those who say you just changed your mind to win the president's endorsement?
I said I'd be open to reforms. What I've said is that I would be open to discussion of reforms.
We can't trust John Cornyn because he betrayed President Trump.
I think we're through. Go away.
Lone Star Liberty PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Why does Ken Paxton go easy on child predators? A Waco attorney, Adam Hoffman, sexually abused a child for 3 years, and Paxton gutted the case, offering him just a slap on the wrist. And guess who represented Adam Hoffman? None other than Jerry Morris, the same lawyer who represented Ken Paxton's corrupt donor, Nate Paul. Why do child predators connected to Ken Paxton keep getting off easy? Texans deserve an answer.
Ken Paxton says he's fighting corruption, but there's a problem. He's the one doing it. We've seen this movie before. He was impeached for helping his felon friend Nate Paul, using his office to benefit business partners. Now it's happening again. A state audit just uncovered that Paxton gave taxpayer-funded hotel rooms to Albanian businessmen, including Albanian oligarch Bashkim Ulaj. The rooms were meant for state business. Paxton reassigned them. Here's the kicker. These Albanians work in telecom. And Paxton? He's been traveling to Eastern Europe meeting with telecom executives. Meanwhile, his personal wealth has somehow grown by 7,000% since taking office. Connect the dots. Business partners, favors, wealth explosion. This isn't a conservative warrior. This is corruption. Your money, his friends, his fortune. That's Ken Paxton.
Abby Livingston, negative messaging, negative ads, political warfare, and a lot of money spent by John Cornyn and on behalf of John Cornyn. And what do the polls show?
The poll shows that he's struggling, and I think that a lot of the polls may have been lagging behind the endorsement, and they may not be accurate after the endorsement came down last week. I think one of the big questions about this is why those ads have not worked, and is it the context of the Republican primary? Because Democrats are going to be wanting to run the same kind of ads going into the general election. And Paxton, in several election cycles, he's had some scares, but he's had a pretty much Teflon shield with these sorts of allegations. Now, there's been more of them since his last race, but that's the biggest question I have coming out of tonight if Ken Paxton is the nominee, is do those ads work in a general election?
All right, so people will start turning toward the general election, and Jacob Rubashkin, whoever wins this GOP nomination faces James Tellerico. Talk about that race.
Let me just read you a couple of things that people have said about Ken Paxton over the last couple of months. What Ken Paxton has put his family through is truly repulsive and disgusting. That was from the NRSC, the National Republican Senatorial Committee in charge of electing Republicans to the United States Senate. Texans keep learning about shady things Ken Paxton's been hiding from them, also the NRSC. Ken Paxton's incompetence as Texas's chief law enforcement officer has allowed crime to run rampant across the Lone Star State, also the NRSC. We'll switch it up. He is an ethically challenged individual. That's Republican Senator Susan Collins, on whom much of their majority rests at the moment. In response to that, to call Ken Paxton ethically challenged is to call Jeffrey Dahmer suffering from an eating disorder. That was Tom Tillis, another member of the Republican Senate majority. This is how Ken Paxton's colleagues, this is how the people who will be in charge of getting Ken Paxton elected to the United States Senate are currently talking about him. If he wins tonight, all of those people will have to come on board, and they'll have to try and convince a lot of Texans that all the things that they've heard about Ken Paxton from Republicans over the last year and a half don't actually matter as much as the things they're going to start to say about James Tellerico.
So do Democrats have a chance?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Democrats have a chance. I'm not saying Democrats are going to win Texas. And I want to be clear about that, because Democrats have been trying to win Texas for the last 30 years. They haven't done it since Ann Richards, which was a long, long time ago. And it's just an incredibly difficult lift for a Democrat under the best of circumstances. We saw Beto O'Rourke fall just a couple points short back in 2018. Joe Biden fell just 5 points short in 2020. But it's possible, because Ken Paxton has all this baggage, and because James Tellerico has shown himself to be such a strong fundraiser, he can raise on his own the amount of money that is necessary to compete in a state as large as Texas, 21 media markets, the whole shebang. Ken Paxton, we don't know if he can raise that money. He's going to get outside support, but it's going to be from the same people who said all those nasty things about him. So it's possible. It's going to be a close, competitive, hard-fought race. You have to give Republicans the edge because it is Texas. But this is on the map for sure, and anyone who tells you otherwise hasn't been paying attention.
Well, let's check in with Texas citizens. Thomas, in Denton, Texas, a Republican, did you vote in this runoff race?
Oh, it's Thomason.
Thomason.
Sorry, not Thomas.
Apologies.
Yes.
Apologies. Go ahead. Did you vote?
I did not vote in the primary, and the reason why I didn't vote in the primary because I was stuck on who I wanted to pick. I wanted to go for Wesley Hunt, but obviously he didn't win the runoff, and so I'm back in Paxton, and it was a tough decision, but I voted for Paxton tonight.
Why was it a tough decision?
Because I've been watching what the media has said, and I've talked to other people, and yes, you don't want to spend so much money on a safe seat, but at the same time, I think a lot of the younger voters are wanting new change, and I feel like that Paxton will be that change and fight hard for us. But again, I think Republicans are going to have to do some soul searching.
Well, what did you make of the allegations and his, all the personal baggage that comes along with Ken Paxton as well?
I thought it was over for him, I'll be honest with you. And, one thing that the Democrats have is electability. I will admit that. They do put some bright candidates out there who don't have a lot of allegations. But a lot of people in Texas don't like Ted Cruz. I did vote for Ted Cruz, and the only reason why I voted for Ted Cruz is because President Trump endorsed him in 2018. Had that not happened, I bet you Ted Cruz would have lost. And President Trump, he did endorse Ken Paxton, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people will be supporting Paxton. But
so, Thomason, you think President Trump will go on another run tonight, and his endorsement will matter.
Yes, because President Trump, he's been through a lot. He has been through a lot. And only God knows who's going to win this race. And so, the voters will decide, but God already knows who the winner is. But I do hope that the Republican Party does some soul searching and does pick electable candidates. But I think President Trump is going to have a grip on the Republican Party for a very long time. And I've spoken to other young voters like myself, and we're all backing President Trump and who he endorses. So Republicans better get in line.
All right. So, Thomason, how old are you?
I'm 27.
27. You said Republicans need to do some soul searching and elect
exactly
and nominate candidates who are electable. Do you think Ken Paxton's electable? You do. Thomason?
It's going to be a tough race. It is going to be a tough race.
Okay. Abby Livingston.
I think he's absolutely electable, but I think it is going to be a really hard fight. And my tagline for Texas right now is that it can flip. It doesn't mean it will flip. I think the main question in the general election is these two candidates, Ken Paxton and James Tallarico, have very thick opposition research books. Tallarico's been said many things that may not stand up from 6 years ago about race and gender and things like that may not play well in Texas. And so this race may end up being less about persuasion and bringing people over to one side or the other versus the demoralized Republicans who don't like Ken Paxton, and there are many of them in the state. Do they stay home because they are so disgusted with Paxton, or does the Tallarico ads that Ken Paxton is sure to run against them with the montage of God is non-binary, those sorts of things, does that get those folks off the couch and into the polls to vote for Ken Paxton? I think that's the main question heading into the general.
All right, well, let's give our viewers an idea of what this general election is going to look like for this key Senate race with some ads that feel more like the general election contest.
The Democrats have a weird candidate.
God is non-binary. There are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6. It is now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption. The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us. Prophetic voices like Jesus have helped me reckon with my own whiteness, my own masculinity. Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front. No need to sit and cry over, your whiteness or your masculinity. They're gonna call me a radical leftist.
Something that you love, that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children.
The Democrats have a weird candidate.
Low T Tallarico. Too weak for Texas. Lone Star Liberty PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Billionaires don't just influence politicians, they own them. That's why I don't take corporate PAC money. It's why I fought to cap campaign contributions. In the Senate, I'll ban billionaires from making unlimited secret donations. I'll stop members of Congress from trading stocks, and I'll raise taxes on those at the top to fund tax cuts for the rest of us. I'm James Tallarico, and I approve this message because our government should work for all of us, not just billionaires.
And an ad there, I'll note there, by James Tallarico. So, Aaron Covey, what do you make of those ads? It looks like these candidates already targeting each other for a general election matchup.
Yes, this is going to be quite a messy race if it does go to a race between Paxton and Tallarico. Like Abby said, there's plenty of oppo that they can sling against each other. Tallarico came up in an era in which a lot of Democratic politicians really moved to the left on these cultural issues. Since then, they've sort of backed away from them, but they still have this record of comments that Republicans are eager to use against them. So that's the struggle that Tallarico will have that, by contrast, someone like Beto O'Rourke didn't face these same issues in 2018. However, Tallarico has run a very strong, disciplined campaign operation and has raised so much more money than Paxton. I think he's raised more than 5 times what Paxton has raised at this point. So that's really what his advantage is.
And does this, if that is the general election matchup, if it's Tallarico versus Paxton, what impact, if any, could it have on House races that we're monitoring in Texas?
It's a great question. I mean, we're going to have at least 2, probably 3 competitive House races in Texas. With Beto at the top of the ticket in 2018, there were a couple of House races that Democrats definitely performed better in than they would have otherwise because he was driving Democratic turnout. And so with someone like Tallarico on the ticket who is, guaranteed to spend a ton of money on ads and will probably draw in some outside support, that is going to enthuse Democrats all the way up and down the ticket, and that will help all those Democrats in those House races as well.
All right, I'm going to go to Mike, who's in Dallas, Texas, an independent. Mike, you've been seeing ads from these candidates in the Senate race. What impact have they had on you?
They really haven't had an impact. I mean, Texas has known these candidates for a very long time. John Cornyn has served the state for a very long time in a lot of different capacities. Ken Paxton has as well. But we've also seen, what Ken Paxton has done with his office. And there's a lot of stories, and a lot of them absolutely verifiable, about his malfeasance. And so it's pretty clear to me. I mean, I voted in the Republican primary, voted for Cornyn, voted in the runoff, voted for Cornyn. It's not happenstance that you get impeached by your own party. It's difficult to get a conviction in any sense. You can see that, in the Senate. But, I mean, this is also taxpayer money that is going out to Ken Paxton, to these individuals who accused Ken Paxton of these wrongdoings. And that's a lot of money for Texas residents to pay for something that he did wrong. And it's offensive. And this is not just like a one-off situation. So it's clear to me. It's clear to me that Cornyn is the correct candidate for this. And now, do I agree with him on everything? No. But is he an honest broker? Yes.
Well, Mike, let me ask you about the previous Texas caller who said he's 27 years old, that caller, and said he was looking for generational change, which I found interesting. Cornyn's 74 years old. Ken Paxton's 63 years old.
Yes, I guess I'm in the middle of that. I'm like, 52, right? So I'm in the middle. And I guess if anyone asks me, what are you? I'm an institutionalist. You support the institutions, and you make sure they are acting appropriately, and then you make sure that they're enforcing the law and no one's overstepping. So that's my take. And if I look at Cornyn and I look at Paxton, which one is an institutionalist? Which one is going to keep this country going forward in the right direction? There's no question in my mind it's John Cornyn.
All right. Mike in Dallas, Texas, an independent. Thank you for that call. Jacob Rubashkin, your reaction.
Well, I kind of want to know who Mike's going to vote for if it's Paxton and Tallarico.
Oh, darn it. You're right. Good follow-up.
I think that because it's voters like Mike, independents in Dallas, independents in Houston, independents in Tarrant County, who are going to decide this election. People who voted for John Cornyn but aren't sure that they can stomach Ken Paxton. Those people, whether they have 3 choices. They can vote for Ken Paxton, they can vote for James Tallarico, or they can stay home. I guess they can also vote for the Libertarian, but presumably most of them won't do that. They'll pick one of those other 3 options. And only one of those 3 helps Ken Paxton, and that's a vote for Ken Paxton. The worst option, of course, is a vote for Tallarico, but staying home is not an advantage for Ken Paxton. And this is the challenge that he has is, he's going to consolidate a lot of the support immediately, right? Whatever this primary ends up being, whether it's 55-45 or 60-40, what have you, Paxton is going to be able to consolidate a lot of that Cornyn support like that, right? Republicans who vote for the Republican, whether they like them or not. But are there enough voters for whom it's not that kind of instantaneous decision for this race to get interesting? I think if Texas looks more like it did in 2018 and 2020, the answer is absolutely yes. If Texas looks like it did in 22 or 24, then maybe we're in a different situation. But at the moment, I think we're closer to 2018 or 2020 than those other 2 years.
We are approaching the top of the hour, 8 p.m. here on the East Coast, and it's a special primary night here on C-SPAN, runoff night in Texas. The polls have closed, most of them in the Lone Star State. The final polls will close at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and results will start trickling in. We are watching that marquee Senate GOP nomination runoff that is tonight between Senator John Cornyn and the former Attorney General for the state, Ken Paxton. When votes start coming in, we will give you results in real time, and you can also follow along on our website at cspan.org. This race has consumed Texas and national Republican politics for months. The contest shifted dramatically last week when President Trump endorsed Paxton in the final stretch of this campaign. And turnout is expected to be low tonight, which could help Ken Paxton, according to political observers. With us tonight is Aaron Covey, who is U.S. House editor with Cook Political Report. Jacob Rubashkin, also at the desk with us, deputy editor of Inside Elections. And Abby Livingston with Puck News Washington correspondent as well. Aaron, talk about these House races tonight that we are watching closely that were impacted by redistricting. Review that again for our viewers.
So potentially 2 Democratic incumbents in Texas could lose their seats tonight. That's Julie Johnson, who is facing a really competitive race against her predecessor, former Congressman Colin Allred, who of course was running for Senate and then dropped down and decided to make a comeback for his old seat. And then Al Green faces a really competitive race against Christian Menifee, who's also a member of Congress. He was just elected at the beginning of this year, but due to redistricting, these 2 members have effectively been drawn into the same seat.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the age difference between those 2 candidates. Talk about a generational change.
Yes.
Congressman Al Green, 78 years old, and Christian Menifee,
38
years old. I mean, quite a difference there.
Yeah, a really huge difference, and that has
Are they running on it?
They are. I mean, Christian Menifee just put out this ad that shows him physically running in all these hilarious scenarios, including in bed in his house. And I think that is just supposed to indicate that he is young and has energy. And, you know, this is a district where 2 of the former members of Congress have died in office. So I think this is a district that's uniquely sensitive to some of these questions about Democrats, you know, so-called gerontocracy issue. And I think it's an issue that voters are particularly sensitive to. So even as Al Green, I think, remains very popular among Democratic voters here, voters may be hesitant to elect him for another term, given his age.
And our C-SPAN viewers will know Sheila Jackson Lee held this seat for decades, for years. She was in Congress, and you were referencing her. She passed away. The seat then went on to
Sylvester
Turner, who was a longtime Texas politician as well, and then he passed away while holding this seat. So tonight, as you said, the Texas voters are in that district. Where is that district? Talk about the voter population there.
Yeah, so this is in Houston. This is in Harris County. It's inner city Houston. It's a deep blue seat. It's kind of around the western side, northern side of the district. Most of this district is in Al Green's current seat, so about 2/3 of the voters here are already in his district, and then about 1/4 of the voters come from Menifee's new district.
All right, it is Texas runoff primary night here on C-SPAN, and we want to have all of you join us in the conversation tonight. We want to get your thoughts on this Senate race, as well as some of these congressional races. And of course, redistricting, as Aaron Covey was just saying, plays into the outcome of tonight's runoff races in some of these congressional districts. So join us tonight, Democrats dial in at 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. Independents, 202-748-8922. And Texas voters, 202-748-8923. Abby Livingston is with us as well this evening. I want to just show you and our viewers, Abby, 3% of the vote in very, very early in this Senate GOP runoff contest. Ken Paxton ahead right now with 61%. It just jumped down to around 39% for Senator John Cornyn. So Ken Paxton leading right now by 28,000 some votes, obviously, with 8% of the vote in. Abby Livingston, this is very early. Where do the votes come in first in Texas?
Typically, the votes come in early from the cities. They just tend to count faster, which you would think would benefit Cornyn, but I just don't want to draw any too sweeping conclusions at this point. But generally speaking, the rural vote comes in a little bit slower, which usually helps more conservative candidates. Like they end up playing catch up the rest of the night.
So what are you watching for as the evening goes on here? If our viewers want to play political analyst tonight and go to cspan.org and play around with the map of Texas, what do you suggest they do?
I would check out, I actually think I'd look at the two home bases of the candidates. So John Cornyn is from San Antonio, and what does that look like there? And how much enthusiasm is there for him? And also South Texas. He's been a pretty good steward of that and has helped move the Hispanic vote toward the Republican column. If he's underperforming in that area, he's probably in trouble. And then I would look with Ken Paxton, how is Collin County doing? It's a pretty volatile county right now, but how is he playing? Are those voters still all fully behind him? It's changing demographics. And so those are, and then I will always just throw in my home county of Tarrant County. It's not necessarily a bellwether in the primary, but it's a bellwether in the general. And I always want to check out what's going on there.
Aaron and Jacob, I'll have you both jump in on that question as well. Aaron, you go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the urban areas, that's where Cornyn performs strongest. In the primary, of course, his home base is San Antonio, but also in Tarrant County and Dallas County and Harris County. And so the fact that he is, based on the early returns, not doing well in those parts of the state definitely bodes poorly for him.
Yeah, I mean, let's just level set here. These are bad numbers for John Cornyn right now. You look at Dallas County, which we just got the early vote in. And remember, these are early votes, so these are mail-in, but mostly early in person. There was a big event in this race just a couple days ago. So you would think that the earlier someone voted, perhaps that event didn't have as big a deal to them, the Trump endorsement, and you would expect that endorsement to matter more to people voting day of. We also know how Republicans, especially Trump Republicans, feel about mail-in and early voting. They do not like it. They tend to skew toward election day voting. The early vote in Dallas County is split 50-50. Cornyn is up by a hair there. Cornyn won Dallas County overall in the first round by 17 points. It's tied now. Still a lot of vote out, but you would expect the vote that is coming in on election day to be even more favorable to Ken Paxton. That's also what we saw on election night in March 3rd. Cornyn had a bit of a lead, and it slowly got whittled down as more election day votes were cast. You move over just west to Tarrant County. Ken Paxton winning the early vote there by 18 points. In the first round, John Cornyn won overall there by 7 points, so a big swing there. Denton County, just to the north, it's a suburb of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Ken Paxton up big there, double digits. This was a county that Cornyn won narrowly. You could call the bellwether if you wanted. He won it about 42-40 in round one. These are early votes. We don't have all of the votes in yet, but if anything, we would expect these votes to be better for John Cornyn on balance than the votes that are going to be coming in later. So for him to be down in these places this early on in the evening, not a great sign.
All right, we've got some early numbers, Aaron, as well on these House races that we're watching tonight that are in runoff contests. We want to show our viewers where the vote is right now. 64% of the vote in the House 33rd District. Colin Allred versus Representative Julie Johnson, sort of a member-on-member. Colin Allred trying to make a comeback to Congress. He had left his seat to make a Senate bid. Now he wants this 33rd Congressional District. Not his original district. Talk about the 33rd Congressional District. 64% of the vote in. Colin Allred right now with the lead by 1,300 votes.
Yeah, so it's got about a third of his original district and the one that Julie Johnson was elected to in 2024. So neither of them have a particularly strong base here, but of course Allred was on the ballot in the 2024 Senate race. So he just came in to this race with a much higher advantage in name ID. He's much better known among Democratic voters. And, you know, this result is tracking pretty closely with what we saw in the primary, which Allred came in first place by about 10 points. He's currently leading by about 10 points in the runoff, which I think lines up with expectations there. Johnson, you know, she was also outspent by Allred about 2-1. So she has really looked like the clear underdog here over the last couple of months. And Allred has, despite being a fairly moderate member of Congress, he has pretty effectively run to Johnson's left and has managed to shore up support among a lot of the progressives in the district.
So where's the money coming from for Colin Allred? Who's backing him? Democrats in Washington?
Yeah, I mean, he's still got quite a few allies. I mean, he came into this race with a decent-sized war chest from his Senate campaign, and so he just came in with a cash advantage. That Johnson, of course, you know, she's a strong fundraiser, but she's a freshman member of Congress, and you're in a tough position when you're coming in with that little time to raise money.
Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, look, Texas is a big state. These media markets are incredibly expensive. Not only was Colin Allred the incumbent for many years in this area, he ran an incredibly expensive, high-profile Senate race. He was running in that Senate race again last year, of course, before he dropped out to make way for Jasmine Crockett. As strong a candidate on paper as Julie Johnson may be, and she's certainly got her strengths, it's just hard to compete with a guy who has been a national figure in the Democratic Party for as long as Colin Allred, and especially when you're trying to make up ground like she was after coming in second in that first round of the runoff. She was just at a disadvantage from the starting gun in this overtime.
We have calls waiting, and we have a next one from Texas. Before we take that call, Dwayne, hang on the line there in Texas. I'm coming to you. I want to show 17% of the vote in for the Attorney General primary runoff on the Republican side. Here is a recognizable name for C-SPAN junkies. Chip Roy is trying to get the GOP nomination against Mays Middleton for the Attorney General election contest. 17% of the vote in. Right now, he's trailing Abby Livingston. Mays Middleton leading by 33,300. What do you make of that? Way too early to say, or is this a bad sign for Chip Roy?
I think this is pretty much where folks anticipated this race to end up. Chip Roy has been something of the underdog. This isn't terribly surprising. Yeah, that's the main thing. This is where I saw the trajectory of this race going.
All right. Dwayne, in Texas, on our line for Republicans. You're next.
Well, I'm very happy tonight to see Chip Roy go down and John Cornyn go down.
Why is that?
Chip Roy advertised himself as an outsider, and you can't be an outsider when you work for John Cornyn, Rick Perry, and Ted Cruz. And you see the videos. Us in Texas, we don't like to be told we're MFers like he had in that unhinged video. And when he told all of us to kiss his you-know-what, we don't like that in Texas, and we don't like to be lied to. And that goes to John Cornyn. We don't like to be lied to about all that he's done and all that he's failed to do is what I should say, time and time again, saying that, you know, in the last few months, he's for the border when he wasn't for the border wall. He's told us that he was against amnesty when there's videos of him being for amnesty. Just be honest with the voters. Tell us where you stand. Let us decide. But John Cornyn and Chip Roy, neither one of them can tell the truth. And we're pretty good at deciding who's telling the truth and who's not in Texas.
All right.
And I'm not worried, real quick, I'm not worried one thing about Tallarico. Tallarico has had months of no coverage. The media in Texas has not told the public about James Tallarico's past and everything that he has said. And so once the spotlight gets on James Tallarico, he's going to fall faster than Robert Francis O'Rourke.
All right, Dwayne, we want to chew on what you had to say there. Abby Livingston, you take that first.
Well, so yes, so he is absolutely right. And Tallarico has basically spent the last couple of months fundraising and looking to shore up his relationships in the Black community, to shore up that vote. So it has been a quiet, kind of under the radar period. But I think tonight is the shotgun bang. It's the start of the race. And there is no telling how many hundreds of millions of dollars are going to be spent litigating James Tallarico's social media history, his comments, And so that's the central question. Does he have a glass jaw? He has run a very disciplined campaign, and I've had multiple people, Republicans and Democrats, note that. A more disciplined campaign than Beto O'Rourke in 2018, but he has much more baggage based on his record. And so that is the big question. Can Tallarico handle this? And I think most people right now are very agnostic on that question, at least insiders in Texas politics.
Erin Covey, you were nodding along as Abby was saying that. Your insights?
Yeah, listen, I think O'Rourke, he obviously caught fire, but he faced a lot of criticism for not running a very traditional disciplined campaign. And a lot of folks think that if he did, he may have been able to close that 2-point gap in 2018. So I think Tallarico's message discipline has certainly been an asset for Democrats this cycle. But like Abby said, he has quite a bit more baggage than O'Rourke did when he was running in 2018. You have to remember this was before all of his comments that he made during the 2020 presidential race. He's kind of since been branded as a perennial candidate, but at that point, you know, he came in as a member of Congress with a pretty clean record.
Let's update our viewers here. Jacob Rubashkin, 19% of the vote in that Senate GOP runoff contest. Ken Paxton in the lead by 70,000 votes. Very early on still, so we're going to keep updating you in real time. These results, by the way, coming from the Associated Press, and the Associated Press will make the call on who is the winner tonight in this Senate primary runoff contest, as well as those House seats that are in runoff tonight. And we'll keep you updated as we go along. Jacob Rubashkin?
I think it's an interesting question, what baggage matters and what doesn't. That's going to be the key question of this general election. You don't have to look very far to see a candidate with baggage that everyone knows and understands who is performing very, very well. That's Ken Paxton tonight. Everything about him that has been said on this show, on Republican ads for the last year, the voters understand that. They just have decided that they care about other things more. So that'll be the question for James Tallarico this fall. Voters are going to know what he said about God being non-binary. Voters are going to know about what he said about trans kids. Voters are going to know about the fact that he wants people to eat less meat. All that is going to be litigated and have all sorts of money put behind it. The question is just, do voters care about that more than they care about either the things that they're going to learn about Ken Paxton, or they already know about Ken Paxton, or the price of gas and the price of groceries and all of the other things that Democrats are using to their advantage in races all across the country. The social issues worked really well for Republicans in 2024. They hit Harris over the head with the "she's for they, them, Trump is for you" ad. That was really effective in that moment because that's what voters cared about. But I think it's an open question whether when the circumstances are different, when voter concerns are different, they still resonate with those kinds of attacks. If they do, then Tallarico is going to have a tough time because Texas is a conservative place and he's put himself out there on a lot of issues where he's out of the mainstream. But if they care more about other things, they may be willing to overlook some of those issues, or enough voters will be willing to overlook some of those issues because they are more focused on the economics or the personal baggage on the other side. And that's the million-dollar question.
All right, let's go to Chesapeake, Ohio. Gavin is watching there on our line for Republican. Gavin, why are you interested in these Texas runoff races tonight? Why do they matter?
Well, because I am 27 as well as your other caller was. And I've always been like a history junkie, a political junkie. And I'm thinking back to the 2006 midterm elections where Nancy Pelosi and other Democratic leaders during that time were able to really politicize the tensions in the Middle East. You know, we're seeing that again with this Iran war, conflict, whatever you want to call it. And I think that, and just like one of your commentators just said, I think one other thing that people are missing in this Texas race is the fact that in 2018, I think it's a totally different landscape than what it is tonight. I think that Ken Paxton will probably win, and as a Republican, here's why that troubles me. I think that Americans are concerned that when they're paying almost $5 or over $5 a gallon for gas, and enough people will be able to overlook the baggage of a Tallarico to change the course in Washington. I'm a Republican. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I really think that by Senator Cornyn losing, we lose the Senate majority. I would predict, of course, I don't know that, I'm just a nurse in Ohio. I think we'll lose the Senate majority. Ken Paxton will lose. We certainly will lose the House majority just because of the other issues that are more pressing. Americans aren't hyper-focused on the things that Republicans are traditionally have thought about. We're focused on affordability, and Democrats are owning the issue right now, in my opinion.
All right, Gavin. Abby Livingston, what do you make of his prediction?
I think he's pretty on point. I think gas prices are the most important metric in Texas and the rest of the country. But I think that he said something really interesting, that if John Cornyn loses, it could cost them the Senate majority. That could actually happen, and the Senate seat holds in Texas because of how much money may have to be pulled out of other races to save the Texas seat if Republicans end up wanting to do that. And as Jacob said earlier, Tallarico has been blowing the doors off of fundraising, and he may be able to, as Jacob noted, fund this entire race himself. While Paxton has lagged and Republicans may have to save him. But additionally, John Cornyn is a really good statewide candidate for Republicans. He's weathered tough cycles before, and I think he could be credited in 2020 with helping to save a lot of down ballot seats for Republicans on the House side. He rang the alarm, and he's a center of stability, and he's a good party builder. And so you pull that stability out, and you have Ken Paxton in, who has left many Republicans demoralized. This is the most unstable I have ever seen Texas politics.
Erin Covey, would you agree with that?
I think that's probably right, particularly with the shifts that we've seen in South Texas over the past couple of years. Trump made huge gains there, both in 2020 and then, of course, in 2024. But we've seen quite a bit of backlash among Hispanic voters to the president, whether that's over his economic policies or his immigration policies. And now the seats that are the most competitive in Texas at the House level are all in South Texas. And how the Senate race plays out is going to have a trickle-down effect on those House races as well.
And of course, redistricting plays into all of this as well. President Trump encouraging the governor to redraw the Texas maps. That kicked off a redistricting battle across the country. And I want to just give our viewers an update on where redistricting stands. In South Carolina today, if we have a headline, we can show that. The Senate, the state Senate in South Carolina today, rejecting the moves by the Republicans there. Republicans rejecting the moves there. Trump's push to redraw the congressional maps. The debate took place in the state Senate today in South Carolina. Listen to the discussion.
I realize there are many who, in good faith, believe that we should forge ahead and pass this bill anyway and let the courts determine whether it is legitimate to change an election date and redraw maps even after voting has begun. Obviously, I disagree. But one thing I think we can agree on is that we are at a pivotal point in this process.
Erin Covey, what did you make of the move today in South Carolina?
You know, I don't think this was actually a huge surprise. We've seen in a number of red states that Republican state legislators have been pretty resistant to mid-decade redistricting because this is a huge hassle. I mean, South Carolina is 2 weeks away from their primary. Voters had already begun voting, and I think the idea of switching maps this late in the cycle was definitely distasteful for a lot of Republican state legislators as well. And so this deprives Republicans of being able to flip a seat in South Carolina. The Alabama congressional map is also in a bit of limbo right now after a lower court threw out the map that Republicans had passed a couple of weeks ago to allow them to pick up a seat. So even though we are running up into all these primaries, there's still a lot of unknowns with redistricting this cycle.
And just sticking with South Carolina, according to the Columbia State, the new primaries would cost the state up to $6 million if they were going to redo the primaries. And after the Supreme Court's ruling, Republicans were looking at one district in South Carolina. Which one?
This would have been Jim Clyburn's district. Jim Clyburn is, of course, the only Democrat in the South Carolina delegation. He represents the 6th district in Columbia, and this is a seat that Republicans would have transformed into a district that they would have had a strong advantage in flipping. But of course, now it looks like he will be safe for now. Now, we'll see if Republicans try to attempt this again in 2028. It would not surprise me at all, but at least for 2026, Clyburn is safe.
And then we also had some movement in Tennessee as well. Here's the Hill newspaper. Judge rejects challenge to block new GOP favored House map in Tennessee.
So in Tennessee, Republicans also have redrawn their map at the last minute to favor them. They're drawing out a seat in Memphis that is a deep shade of blue, held by Democratic Representative Steve Cohen for many years. Now he's already announced that he's going to retire, and Democrats basically have no shot at holding that seat. So that gives Republicans an easy pickup in the state. There were a couple of lawsuits that were launched against this new map, both at the federal and the state level. But I think at this point, I would be surprised if either of them were successful.
And then in Florida as well, sticking with the Hill newspaper, Florida judge blocks effort to halt new GOP House map.
Yeah, so Florida is an interesting case where, in the state of Florida, they actually do have a ban on partisan gerrymandering on the books there. However, Florida's state Supreme Court is dominated by judges who've been appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis. And so they've typically given Republicans a pretty wide berth in drawing maps the way that they want to. They have a new map there that would allow Republicans to pick up as many as 4 seats, but several of those seats are still going to be quite competitive.
Going back to Texas, it is a runoff primary night there, and we are focusing on the Senate GOP nomination as well as some House races where we have Representative Al Green, longtime incumbent in Congress, serving many, many years, facing off against freshman Congressman Christian Menefee, and with 99% of the vote in. Christian Menefee, 38 years old, is winning here by 11,748 votes. Jacob Rubashkin, do you expect that lead to hold?
I mean, 99% of the vote in. That's got to be a hefty 1% that's remaining if Al Green wants to remain in Congress. Look, this is, I think this is the confluence of any number of, political events over the last couple of years, months, days. We've got the generational contrast that Aaron mentioned earlier. This district, especially when I talk to voters in this district, it pains them. It's frustrating. Democrats in this seat have watched not 1 but 2 members die in office. They were without representation for a year after Sylvester Turner died because he died so early on in his term, and Governor Abbott held the seat open. And so Al Green very notably, walks with a cane. That cane made a big appearance when he, shook it at Donald Trump during a joint address to Congress. That earned him some plaudits from Democrats, but it also underscored again the fact that he is pretty old. You've got a massive amount of money from cryptocurrency groups coming in to support Christian Menefee, supported him in the primary, supported him in the runoff. And you've got kind of the looming, situation with Joe Biden in the 2024 race and how Democrats still feel very poorly about how all of that went down. And redistricting that put these two people together, which is not something that anyone was super comfortable with, but is a reality that Democrats had to deal with.
It's interesting we don't have a check mark yet from the Associated Press on this race.
Well, I'm sure it'll come soon because that is a pretty hefty lead that Menefee has. He only came in first place in the primary by just 2 points, 46 to 44%. That was quite a bit closer than I think folks were expecting, given the spending advantage that he had, but he was able to really solidify that advantage in the 2 months leading up to the runoff. Like Jacob said, the cryptocurrency super PAC spent about $4 million for him, which was significant. Yeah. And then, he was also backed by the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and he's been viewed within Texas politics as a rising star for a little bit. He was a former attorney for Harris County, and so I think he had a lot of folks on his side for sure.
All right, we're going to go to Jordan in Roanoke, Texas, on our line for Democrats. Jordan, What is your congressional district in Roanoke, Texas?
I'm actually on the Democratic side, so I didn't have to vote in this particular election for this race.
Right.
But I am very pleased with these results. I am so pleased with these results because it goes to show that Ken Paxton is going to go down in history, because he's already gone down in history as the worst attorney general the state of Texas has ever had. All of these impeachments, Adam Hoffman, all of these types of corruption that he's had going on, and his ethical concerns are just so many points. And a couple calls ago, you guys had some people on here that was speaking about James Tallarico and what he stands for and how he's talking about Christianity and things like that. But at the same time, these are the same people that are going out and voting for Ken Paxton, who let a person that was accused and convicted of sexual abuse of a child get 60 days in prison and only served 30 and was released this past Monday from McLennan Jail here in Texas.
All right, Jordan, let me jump in, because you said you like the way that this is shaping up here tonight. Does that mean you're excited about the possibility of James Tallarico taking on Ken Paxton? You believe then James Tallarico can win against Ken Paxton?
I am opening my champagne right now. I am so happy that Ken Paxton is winning, and I'm so happy that he's going so far. John Cornyn has a better advantage of winning the state of Texas and beating Tallarico, but Ken Paxton does not because of his record.
All right, I'm going to go to James in Texas on our line for Republicans. James, did you hear that Democrat in your state?
I did. God bless him.
All right.
May the best man win.
May the best man win. Okay. So he's excited about James Tallarico taking on Ken Paxton if this lead holds for Ken Paxton. What do you say to him?
Well, I certainly want him to vote his conscience, but just a kind of a historical note, Texas attorneys general, going back to when Texas was a yellow dog Democrat state, have routinely been hauled into court for all kinds of legal proceedings. And I don't know all the reasons for this, but Texas voters don't ever really seem to care a lot about those things. And so I would just say, with regard to who's got the biggest load of baggage, I don't know that outside of Texas, pundits and political experts understand that this really doesn't matter as much as it may seem to in terms of Paxton's alleged improprieties. They just don't seem to historically have a big impact on Texas voters. So that's just my perspective.
Okay, Abby Livingston, what do you say?
So I've talked to a lot of Democrats about this topic in the state, operative types, consultants, office holders, and I'm not going to say they liked John Cornyn, but he was a member of leadership, and when a hurricane hit Houston that just completely destabilized the city, Cornyn was one of the reasons money came in for flood insurance, and that flood was in 2017. This Texas delegation has much less clout than back then. Many of those strong chairmen have retired since then. The delegation does not vote as a bloc. They're not able to wield their influence. And so while Democrats do have felt all along that Ken Paxton would be the easier candidate to beat, there is a lot of terror about the idea of Ken Paxton as the junior senator, and less so about Ted Cruz, and then the rest of the delegation not advocating for funds. Now, Cruz has proven to be pragmatic, but just having that person who used to be the whip, like John Cornyn, who's very popular in the Senate, can make calls. And I just wanted to add one other thing about the Al Green race. If I'm reading the House press casualty list correctly, I believe he is the first Democratic incumbent to lose re-election in their primary based on the age issue that we've seen. We thought that there might be a dozen or two races where younger people challenged the older set of Democratic members, but many of those races have been averted through redistricting. Folks got drawn out of their districts and just retired, or outright retirements. And so there are going to be many fewer races like this over the course of the summer, but this is the first one where we can plausibly say an incumbent lost re-election because of their age, and we will have several more races over the course of the summer.
Yeah, let me update on that race because originally it had said 99% of the vote in. Right now it's 61% of the vote in, possibly a technical glitch there. So 61% of the vote in the 18th primary runoff. They just declared a winner. Christian Menefee. There we go. There's the check mark. 61% of the vote in, and Christian Menefee is declared the winner. Around 67% of the vote to 31% of the vote. Jacob Rubashkin.
Yeah, I mean, the folks at the AP, they know what they're doing, and when they see a lead that is that large, with the amount of vote still left to count that they've calculated, they put the check mark in. I don't see any reason to argue with that. And that's a win for the younger Congressman Christian Menefee. But if I may, just to go back to one thing that we were talking about earlier, I think that when it comes to Ken Paxton and the legal baggage that he's carrying, I do think there's some evidence to suggest that it has hurt him in the past. If you look at his last two elections as state attorney general, in 2018 and 2022. In 18, people don't talk about this race as much because it was the Beto year and it was such a big deal. Beto loses by 2.5 points, but Justin Nelson, who was the Democrat running against Ken Paxton, only loses by 3.5 points. That's the second closest race of the 2018 cycle statewide Texas. Governor Greg Abbott is winning by 13.3%, so a 10-point difference between the governor's race and the attorney general race. If you look at 2022, you also see a gap. Again, Ken Paxton, he's the only Republican running in 2022 to win statewide by single digits. He wins by a little less than 10 points. Every other Republican, from Greg Abbott to agriculture commissioner to railroad commissioner, they all win by double digits. Ken Paxton is the only one who is kept to a single-digit margin. So I think that he is clearly paying a penalty. It's just a question, two questions. How big is the penalty this year, and what's the baseline? And does that penalty take him below what a Republican needs to win statewide?
Well, Jacob Rubashkin, will Democrats pour money into this general election if Ken Paxton is the GOP nominee?
Maybe. Democratic donors will pour money into this race. Democratic donors are going to open up their wallets and they are going to shake them over James Tallarico's head until every last dime in their bank account is in his campaign account. But whether Democratic super PACs, Democratic money here in D.C., Senate Majority PAC, the DSCC, whether those groups get involved, I think is a complete open question. They have been incredibly hesitant to get involved in Texas races in the past, simply because the state is so expensive. The ante in Texas is probably something like $20 million. That's money that goes a lot further in Iowa, it goes a lot further in Alaska, in Maine, even in North Carolina and Ohio, which are not small states. All of them are cheaper than running a real campaign in Texas for an outside Democratic group. So I'm not sure that outside Democratic groups are going to spend money here. I am confident that James Tallarico is going to raise $1 bazillion from nationwide Democratic donors before this election is up.
All right, we are hearing that Colin Allred might come out and address his supporters here shortly. Abby Livingston with 64% of the vote in. Colin Allred leads by, it's staying around those 1,300 votes over Congresswoman Julie Johnson. Abby Livingston, your thoughts on this contest?
To echo what Jacob and Aaron said earlier, I think it's really important to remember that Colin Allred has had a competitive campaign every cycle except 2022, I believe. So he has been, and these have been general election campaigns, he has been on the television airwaves for almost 10 years. And this is the biggest media market in the state. And I just think this was baked in early on. That is an impenetrable name ID. And so these current results match, I think, the course of his career.
All right. We have another call from Texas, the Colony, Texas. Leiden. Is that right there?
Yes, it's Leiden.
Leiden. Good evening. Tell us, what are your thoughts on these races that we're watching in the runoff contests in the Lone Star State?
Yeah, so I have three major thoughts. I'm a pretty left-leaning. And I'm just actually really happy with how the night's turning out with Ken Paxton, probably going to be taking the Republican nomination. I think it's a better lineup against Tallarico, especially since I think a big part of what was missing with Beto O'Rourke's campaign last time was especially in Texas, Christian values and how strong that's been a part of Tallarico's campaign.
Okay, and your other thoughts?
It's kind of unfortunate to see Al Green lose. He is the older candidate, and as much as I would love to see a lot of younger candidates being pushed forward for the Democratic Party, I think we've had 8 congressmen or Congress people die on the Democratic side, more than the Republican side, just due to their old age. So it's just a big problem. But with Menifee, especially just his crypto earnings, as a Democrat, I just think that's unacceptable and just a big letdown for the future of the party.
Okay, interesting thoughts there. The vote right now, the breakdown in the House, I should say right now. Republicans have 217 seats in the House, Democrats 212. There's 1 independent member and 5 seats are vacant. Aaron Covey, pick up on what you heard there from the viewer.
Yeah, listen, this has been an issue that has plagued Democrats historically, and part of that is because of the fact that Democratic members of Congress don't have term limits when they become chairs of their committee. So there's less of an issue for them, less of an incentive for them to retire when they reach old age. And so this has really reached a fever pitch this cycle. As Abby noted, Green is the first incumbent that we can say truly lost re-election, probably due to his age. But there's a number of other incumbents that we're watching in California, folks like Doris Matsui and Brad Sherman, who are also facing well-funded challengers that are much younger than them. So we're seeing this dynamic play out nationwide. Now, of course, Christian Menifee is a sitting member of Congress. And it's much easier to take out an incumbent when you are yourself also an incumbent and you have quite a bit of money on your side. So we'll see how this plays out the rest of the cycle. But, certainly I don't think this was a surprise at all.
Jacob Rubashkin, 67% of the vote to around 31% of the vote for Christian Menifee, the victor tonight.
It's a big margin, and especially when you look back at where these two candidates were in the first round, where only a couple of points separated them. I think, if there's a surprise here, it's not that Christian Menifee won, it's that he won by this big a margin, especially if, we'll see what the rest of the vote looks like. But if he wins by anything close to this, I think it's a real exclamation point on the campaign that he's run and the campaign that his supporters have run. And the flip side, of course, is that, as Aaron was saying, right, somebody has to lose, right? There are 2 incumbents and there's only 1 seat. This is the worst game of musical chairs that Texas Democrats have to play. Nobody is happy here. Even Christian Menifee's supporters, who I'm sure are happy that their guy is winning, they have to understand that their city has gone from having 2 seats to having 1 seat. We're in this midst of this conversation right now all across the country about the decline of black political power in the post-Calais universe. This map was drawn pre-Calais, the Supreme Court decision that weakened the Voting Rights Act, but it's having a similar effect. This used to be a place where there were 2 districts that were going to elect black Democratic candidates, and now there is only 1. So either a rising star with a bright future ahead of him as a Texas Democrat was going to have to lose, or an elder statesman of the party was going to have to lose. That's a really uncomfortable place for Democrats to have to be in, and it is a place that they are in not just there, but in Tennessee and in Florida and potentially in Louisiana, maybe in Alabama, maybe not, maybe next time in Georgia, maybe next time in South Carolina. This is a problem that is not unique to Texas's 18th district. It's something that Democrats are grappling with all across the country.
It's primary night here on C-SPAN with a special program focusing on Texas and runoff races that are happening there. Of course, the marquee one is the Senate contest on the Republican side. Here's an update for you. With 44% of the vote in, Ken Paxton leading by over 183,000 votes. Abby Livingston, an update from you on those numbers that you're seeing.
I think this is on track to be a blowout, and a big blowout. And, I just didn't expect it to be this big.
Well, what do you make of that then? that it is this lead is so significant?
My gut is, one, the polling changed after the Trump endorsement, and Cornyn probably cratered support. The other thing is that the endorsement demoralized Cornyn supporters into just not even bothering to come out, is what I would guess based on my conversations over the last week. And then the other things that we've talked about, historical precedent of incumbents being kicked to runoffs, have a very difficult time, and that this mirrors Ted Cruz's victory in 2012, but exponentially bigger spread where Ted Cruz had the far right wing come out. This was Memorial Day week. This is always a sleepy runoff in Texas because of the holiday, and it's just I just think it's really important to point out that John Cornyn has been the highest ranking senator from Texas since Lyndon Johnson when he was the whip. He almost became majority leader. And, who knows if these numbers hold, but this is just a really stunning number for his career, but also he's the last man standing from the Bush era that first took control of the Republican Party in Texas, built a huge fundraising network that served the rest of the Republican Party in the country. And I think it's a really open question what Republican politics in Texas looks like from now on. This is a real threshold change moment in Texas.
Yeah, 74-year-old John Cornyn in a contest of his political life here, 24 years serving in the Senate. Leroy in Corpus Christi, Texas, on our line for Democrats. Leroy, as you're watching tonight here on C-SPAN and these results are rolling in, what are you thinking?
One is you have your three panels there. Why do they always start with their sentence, I think?
Well, what's your point, Leroy?
Well, I hate hearing I think.
Okay, I don't think you called in just for that. What are your thoughts on the races?
But Tellerico's going to wipe out both of them anyway. So it didn't matter if Paxton won or Cornyn won.
Okay. Leroy there in Corpus Christi, Texas, Democrat.
It's not bad advice.
Not bad advice? How would you start? It's hard to know on a primary night.
I would say in this business it is good practice to be humble because we don't know all of the answers and we certainly don't know what's going to happen in the future. So ultimately all we can do is think and try to put our information to good use there, but I appreciate the sentiment. It's not lost on me. I'll try better, Leroy. Thank you.
Aaron Guffey, as you're watching results rolling in, what's sticking out to you right now?
Yeah, so I think it's worth noting that we have a lot of results in Texas's 35th district. This is that San Antonio-based seat that is kind of on the verge of competitive right now. It's one of the seats that Republicans redrew last summer to flip, but the results of this primary would have certainly impacted or will impact how favored Republicans are. And what we're seeing right now is that the candidate who is backed by the National Democratic Party, Johnny Garcia, the Bexar County deputy sheriff, is ahead by double digits over Maureen Galindo, who, as you mentioned earlier on the program, has a long history of controversial anti-Semitic comments. And if Democrats had nominated Galindo, I don't think they would have contested this seat at all, despite the fact that given its partisan lean, it should be competitive in a good year for Democrats.
And so what are you seeing then here from this? We're showing right now the Democratic runoff contest for that 35th district here, and Maureen Galindo, as you were just saying, trailing. So are Democrats breathing a relief? Are they relieved to see these numbers? What do you think is happening here with this race?
I think they are relieved. I mean, we still have quite a bit of the vote out, but in Bexar County, which is, of course, the largest source of Democratic votes in this district, 60% is in, and Garcia's up by 19 points, which is much better than he did in the primary. I think in the primary, this was a four-way race. None of the candidates were known. None of them were raising any money, and so it was difficult to break through. And Democrats were really concerned when this super PAC that appears to be linked to Republicans started spending to boost Galindo. But the cavalry really came in for Garcia. He got support from the Blue Dog PACs, from the DCCC, and it looks like he is on track to potentially pull out a win here.
This is good news for Democrats. This is not a seat that they need for the majority. If this is a seat that we're talking about being highly competitive in the fall, they've already won the majority, and this is a district that's going to pad that number. But it had the potential to turn into something really ugly for them. If Galindo had been the nominee, that was she would have continued to say all the sorts of crazy and anti-Semitic things that she's on record on. Every Democrat running in Texas would get asked about that every single day. Every Democrat running in every other district and state would probably get asked about it, maybe not every day, but at least once or twice a week. It would have been a real headache. So not only do they avoid that headache before it happens, but they also get a puncher's chance at winning the seat with Johnny Garcia, especially again, if Hispanic voters in Texas vote more like 2018 or 2020 than they did in 2022 or 2024.
All right, Mike in Austin, Texas on our line for Republicans. Thanks for calling in. And did you vote?
Yeah, I voted actually Tuesday morning just before Trump's endorsement of Paxton, and I voted for Paxton. I think that the nail in the coffin for John Cornyn, and appreciate his service to the state, long time servant of the public. But then when he decided it was about him more than it was about the country, I don't think he had a chance. I knew it, even without Trump's endorsement, I knew that Paxton was going to win, and I truly think that if anybody, I think the only people who are going to be saying that Tallarico can beat either Paxton or Cornyn are the same people who are probably the bagmen for the Democratic Party, who are raising money because the way they've always done, whether it's Colin Allred or whoever they were charging up against Ted Cruz, the low-hanging fruit, trying to figure out how to beat him. They couldn't even beat Cruz, but they used him to raise money for the rest of the country. I would just tell everybody in the rest of the country, you probably could save your money, work on your local races, because if you send any money to Texas, it's just going to go to the Democratic National Committee and not to anybody in Texas. And Tallarico, there's no way that he's going to get more than 30% of the vote in Texas. There's no way.
Abby Livingston, you jump in.
So, I want to come back to a comment Leroy made from Corpus Christi. He said the exact opposite, that whether it was going to be Cornyn or Paxton, that Tallarico could beat them. And I think one thing, a lot of the analysis of this race is missing, and we often compare this to 2018 with Beto O'Rourke versus Ted Cruz, and the instinct is to compare Tallarico to O'Rourke or to Colin Allred's race. But I think it's really important to remember, we haven't seen a Senate race go to a runoff. I don't know, it may be in my lifetime, on the Republican side. And so you have whoever was going to be the Republican nominee. I think this seat still would have been in trouble if John Cornyn had gotten the nominee. He probably would have won, but it would have been a much bigger headache than previous cycles. And so Ken Paxton, assuming he is the nominee, will come out of this broke, while Tallarico's been raising money. He's had tens of millions of dollars spent against him in negative advertising by his own side. I've had Democrats joke to me that the Republicans have been doing some of the work for them. And so I think this race, I will stop saying I think, this race is absolutely in play. As of now, we don't know what the environment will look like in the fall. I talked to a really smart Republican operative this week who just said he didn't know, and it's going to depend on the price of gas and the economy. But I think at the starting point, this is a very serious race. It's going to be a very big race, and it's most likely going to be a very expensive race. And I don't think Texas will determine the majority. If Texas flips, this is going to be a very big night for Democrats. But the damage being done to the Republican apparatus between the redistricting, this has cost Republicans a ton of money, the damage done on the Senate race of all the money being spent, Texas donors are getting tapped out. And a big question is, how many of John Cornyn's donors are going to go to Ken Paxton? Nobody really seems to know the answer to that question. Some absolutely will, but will all of them? That is probably the most operative question on the Republican side.
All right, and with 45% of the vote in, here's where the race stands. Ken Paxton, his lead has jumped up by about 10,000 votes, so over 194,000 votes, and he's in the lead with about 63% versus 37%. Jacob Rubashkin, as you're looking at the map, what are you seeing, and are you surprised the AP hasn't called it yet?
I'm not surprised the AP hasn't called it yet because they are waiting for the last polls in Texas to close.
Which is in a few minutes.
I trust my friends at the AP to make the call when they are absolutely confident, and they have a really tough job. And my heart goes out to them on races that are a lot closer than this one. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a call when the clock strikes 9 p.m. Eastern here, when those polls in El Paso and the westernmost part of Texas that's in the Mountain Time Zone, when all of those close, I think they'll feel comfortable making that call. Maybe not immediately, maybe it'll be a couple minutes, but at this point, I think we've got a lot of information in here, and it's very clear John Cornyn's not going to win this race. I don't think this is going to be a late night in terms of figuring out who the ultimate winner is, but as to why they haven't called it yet, I think that's a matter of time zones.
Our next call comes from El Paso, Texas. On our line for Republicans. Is it Adrian?
Yes, this is Adrian, and I did vote on today's election, and I did vote for Mays Middleton, an amazing candidate, and I think he was very impressive during the campaign. And the main thing is that he basically supported President Trump's agenda. And I think for Republicans, it's been proven over and over that if you support President Trump's agenda, you will win your campaign. So, and on Paxton and Cornyn, I think Mr. Cornyn, he was a senator for a long time, and I think people just have Cornyn fatigue at this point. So I think Paxton is a very good candidate against the Democrat. I think Tallarico, I don't think he's moderate enough to win in Texas, no matter how much money he raises. In Texas, as a Democrat, I believe you're supposed to be a moderate if you're going to expect to win the whole state.
Okay, Adrian there in El Paso, Texas, where the final polls are closing at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's give an update to our viewers on the Attorney General runoff race in the Republican primary. That viewer from Texas just saying he voted for Mays Middleton over Congressman Chip Roy for the GOP nomination. And you can see Mays Middleton in the lead here by 98,000 votes. Did it hurt Chip Roy, Aaron Covey, that he went against President Trump? It sure sounded like it for that viewer.
I think so. I mean, Roy, he was a member of the House Freedom Caucus. He's always been a really staunch fiscal conservative, and that has put him at odds with Republican leadership, including the president. And, in the past, he has called on primary challengers to Chip Roy. They haven't been successful. But I think in this race, Mays Middleton was really able to take advantage of the fact that a lot of Trump voters didn't trust Roy. And even though Middleton isn't exactly a MAGA fire breather himself, he was able to kind of embrace being the candidate who was the most loyal to Trump.
Trump is the undisputed ruler, top dog of the Republican Party. We saw that in Indiana, where we sat at this table and watched state senator after state senator lose these races that attracted so much money. We saw it in Kentucky, Thomas Massey going down in that primary. We saw it in Louisiana just a couple of weeks ago, Senator Bill Cassidy losing his primary, placing third in his primary because Trump endorsed his opponent. This is one of the enduring themes of this election, is that if Trump endorses against you, you're going to have a bad time. Republican primary voters still look to the president for guidance, for direction about how to cast their ballots. And so I think this race it's a big deal. It has a lot that stands on its own, but it also belongs in a larger story about the continued power that Donald Trump has over the Republican primary voter, and also I think the continued power that he flexes over Republican office holders, because he sent a signal here when he endorsed against Cornyn. It doesn't matter if you're a 4-term incumbent. It doesn't matter if you're a former NRSC chairman. You were the former Senate Majority Whip. You were almost Majority Leader, as Abby was saying. He can come in and he can end your political career. So don't look at those polls showing him down by 20 points among voters nationwide, because the only thing that matters to your political survival is whether you're on Trump's right side or his wrong side.
In a primary.
In a primary, yes. But you got to win the primary before you win the general, unless you're Lisa Murkowski. And I think it's telling that she may be the only one left after this whole election cycle who remains in Congress, who voted to convict the president in his impeachment trial. And it's because she has the power to win as a write-in candidate, win in a crazy 4-way race, and then beat a Trump-endorsed challenger in 2022. She can do it all. Guys like John Cornyn, Bill Cassidy, Thomas Massie caught lacking, and here we are.
An update on the Kentucky primary that took place last week, because Thomas Massie doesn't seem intimidated, Aaron Covey. He's filed for his seat. He's going to run again.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I mean, I think that taking out an incumbent is tough for anyone, particularly if you're an incumbent who was known as the Trump candidate in this race against Massie. And I do think that, Massie had his base of support, still has a bit of a base of support, but it's going to be a tough race.
All right. The Associated Press has given the check mark here to Ken Paxton. There we go. So almost by 200,000 votes right now, with 48% of the vote in. Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, 63 years old, gets the GOP nomination, ending the 24-year career of Senator John Cornyn. Abby Livingston?
So I'm double checking myself in real time, but I think one of the things to point out, specifically with John Cornyn and Chip Roy, but also Dan Crenshaw, who is a Republican from Houston, who lost his reelection in March. I believe all of them have been pretty pro-Trump on the broad landscape. I think the main sin is that they voted for certification for Joe Biden right after the January 6th insurrection, and that is sort of the thing that haunted them. They didn't even vote for impeachment. This is just coming back to get them. But yeah, this is a seminal moment in Texas history. We've seen a lot of statewide officials who are Republicans lose to Tea Party types, MAGA types, slowly over the years since 2010 actually, with Kay Bailey Hutchison losing the governor's race. And John Cornyn really is the last person standing from that generation. And so it's a very different future ahead for the Texas Republican apparatus.
After 4 terms in the Senate, 74-year-old John Cornyn, Jacob Rubashkin, lost his seat tonight.
I mean, I think Abby said it really well there. I mean, this is a watershed moment for Texas. It is a changing of the guard for Texas. It has implications for the state. Let's not forget where we were just a couple of years ago. Ken Paxton impeached by Republicans in the State House, on trial in the state Senate, embarrassed in front of his wife, who's a state senator, who's now filing for divorce on biblical grounds. And now here he is toppling one of the last remaining giants of Texas politics, and earning himself a spot on the national stage, one of the biggest races this fall.
Aaron Covey, your final thoughts.
Well, Jessica Taylor, my Senate colleague, just announced that we're moving this race from likely Republican to lean Republican as a result of Paxton's win. And, polling has shown that even though some polling showed that Cornyn could also have a competitive race this fall, with Paxton as the Republican nominee, this looks like a very competitive race. Now, he's still favored at this point. And, I think Abby and Jacob have made this point before. Democrats don't need to win this race to take back the Senate majority. They have other opportunities in North Carolina, Maine, Ohio, Alaska, Iowa, that are all potentially cheaper and more feasible than in Texas. But given what we have seen in the fundraising and in the polling, this certainly looks like it'll be a competitive contest.
Aaron Covey is the U.S. House editor for the Cook Political Report. Jacob Rubashkin, deputy editor with Inside Elections, and Abby Livingston, Puck Washington's correspondent, here with us this evening, all part of our special primary runoff night coverage. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Tonight's coverage also includes Spectrum News 1 out of Texas. They are digging into the race results for the Senate GOP nomination, where the incumbent John Cornyn has just lost. And they're, of course, looking at congressional races as well. We want to bring you Spectrum News 1's coverage out of Texas, and we'll continue to update you through the night as well.
And that kind of gives you an idea of kind of what we were kind of expecting, is based off of a lot of predictions out there, based off of President Trump endorsing Attorney General Ken Paxton in the 11th hour. And now we're starting to see the results as those numbers and votes start to trickle in. Cornyn really trying to push the idea of electability and being able to have that experience, a 4-term elected U.S. Senator, but clearly from Texas voters and the Republican side that there is a clear direction that they want to go into at this point in time. And we're going to hear from Senator Cornyn this evening. This, of course, will be his first time losing an election. And so I imagine we'll have to hear some big thoughts from him in this. And of course, we've also heard that he intends to support the ticket. We will find out if he intends to support Attorney General Ken Paxton and campaign with him. All things I assume, will learn as the days and weeks go on. Dr. Clark, back to you.
Absolutely, Mike. And speaking of Ken Paxton, we do want to get out to his camp as well.
We've got our Aaron Davis tracking the Paxton campaign tonight. Aaron, we already saw Speaker Dustin Burrows congratulating Paxton on X. Is that the sentiment where you are?
That is 100% the vibes of this room right now, James. You know, they have Fox News playing on the TV over there, and they saw them declare Paxton the winner, and the room went crazy. We also have heard them playing the YMCA song, which we know is a very popular song for the president to play at a lot of his rallies, and generally just when grassroots conservatives are celebrating, that's kind of their song of choice. And so, you know, that right there just shows how closely aligned people here and how closely aligned Paxton wants to be to the president. And how, you know, Paxton's loyalty to the president is something that could have helped him be successful tonight, and especially once he got that endorsement from the president. A lot of people on Paxton's campaign and people I've spoken with here tonight have said, you know, that was a wrap for Paxton. That was the thing that helped him be successful. And some other people I've spoken to at the party tonight have said they were confident in Paxton from the very beginning when he decided to jump into this race, really just because of that loyalty to the president. They say he is a fighter and that he will fight for Texans' values. So there's a lot of excitement tonight, and we expect to hear from Paxton within this hour, possibly within the next 30 minutes. And I'm sure it'll be an exciting speech to watch. James?
All right, Aaron, it's definitely sounding like a celebration out there.
For them, and also we're just getting a lot of results in just an hour after polls closed in most of the state. We've got the latest when it comes to the AG race as well, and Lieutenant Governor, right?
Yeah, it looks like the AP has called the race for Vicki Goodwin in the Lieutenant Governor race, and for Nathan Johnson in the Attorney General race. Those are some big decisions for the Democrats, and it's, you know, it's pretty early on, 8 o'clock right now, but Nathan Johnson, there you see it on your screen, about 60% there against Joe Jaworski with 40%. Nathan Johnson had almost gotten out of the March primary with a victory. He was at around 48%. He didn't quite cross that 50% threshold, but Johnson was going into this campaign very confident that he could get his message across the board and get this victory. And there you see it, 60 to 40%, just 1 hour after polls close in most of Texas.
And Vicki Goodwin, it's like she had a lead from the top as the early voting numbers were coming in, and she maintained that lead, and it got wider.
Yeah, and the thing for that race is that Vicki Goodwin is a known entity. She's a state representative. So for the voters that come out to these races, you know, the viewers at home watching this are probably very into politics. This is a runoff race where her name as a state representative is much higher than Marcos Velez, who's a first-time candidate. He's a labor leader, but her name recognition was much higher, and that shows in how quickly this was decided.
But that wasn't the case with John Cornyn, whose name is, you know, out there. He's the incumbent, and it's just really interesting. It really shows you the power and the weight of President Trump's endorsement. I know we'll continue to talk about that throughout this night as we wait to hear from Cornyn and Paxton. Stick around, more to come.
Spectrum News 1 out of Texas there with their coverage of the Texas runoff races. And we're back here in Washington to give you an update on where the races stand. Moments ago, with 49% of the vote in, the Associated Press called Ken Paxton the winner tonight in that GOP runoff primary contest for the Senate seat, defeating Senator John Cornyn. Aaron Covey, who is with the Cook Political Report here. What do you make of the numbers? Where did Ken Paxton have most of his support this evening? How was he able to, right now, lead by over 200,000 votes?
I mean, Paxton really ran up the score in places where Cornyn had won in the primary just a couple of months ago. I mean, look at Bexar County, his home county. Cornyn won that county by about 6 points. In the primary, at this point, Paxton is up by 18 points. So a really massive swing. And of course, you know, we can't emphasize enough how different a runoff electorate is, even compared to a primary electorate. So we talk about primary electorates. Those are very ideological voters. Runoff electorates even more so. So that does tend to benefit the more conservative or the more liberal candidates.
So what is your speculation, that Cornyn supporters stayed home?
You know, who's to say? They probably stayed home. You know, I think Paxton supporters are, you know, much more loyal and energized. They had Paxton has a strong base of support in the way that I think Cornyn had a broader base of support, but didn't quite have the same fervent base that Paxton had. That was going to turn out no matter what. It was really a matter of Cornyn turning out his voters, maybe converting some of those Paxton voters in the primary if he was going to pull this off.
And a Trump endorsement, the president endorsing just a week ago in the final stretches of this campaign. How significant was it?
Hugely significant. I mean, Cornyn and his allies, John Thune, had tried to keep Trump from taking sides in this race for months. And that's because, you know, Cornyn, widely viewed as a stronger general election candidate, they knew that if Trump had come in against him, that would have been a problem for him. And so the fact that Trump decided to endorse at the last minute, I think certainly made it clear that Paxton was the favorite, though I think Paxton was favored to begin with, even if Trump hadn't gotten involved. Just the makeup of this runoff electorate would have favored him.
What do you think happens here with Senator John Cornyn? Do you think he endorses Ken Paxton? I mean, even today he was saying he's an embarrassment.
It's hard to see. Maybe he will. You know, I think the more pressing question is how he votes in the Senate over the next couple of months. You know, we've seen Tom Tillis and Bill Cassidy, after losing their primaries and retiring, they have kind of gone rogue and been a lot more willing to break with Trump. We'll see if Cornyn does the same now that he no longer has to worry about winning re-election.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you expect you'll hear from Ken Paxton tonight as he pivots and turns his attention to his general election matchup against James Tallarico?
I think it's going to be a lot of the same of what we've already heard from Republicans about Tallarico. They have plenty of fodder to work with. And, you know, I think Paxton will be on really high going into this general election. But of course, you know, Tallarico has quite a bit more money than Paxton, and Paxton's going to need a lot of backup support. We'll see how much he ends up getting, either from the National Republican Senatorial Committee or from the super PAC that's affiliated with the White House. But he's going to need quite a bit of money to compete with Tallarico.
And where does the money stand at this point? How much of who has the most as we head into the general election, which started tonight?
So Paxton, I believe, has raised about $7 million in total. Maybe that sounds like a lot, but Tallarico has raised over $40 million. So a really extreme differential there. Cornyn also had a pretty major lead over Paxton. Obviously, the fact that he far outspent him didn't really matter that much in terms of the results, but this will certainly boost Tallarico's odds in the general.
All right, let's go back to Texas. Spectrum News 1 is picking back up with their coverage.
With a closer look, Rena, at the U.S. Senate race, we've said that the AP has called it for Ken Paxton. That makes John Cornyn the third incumbent U.S. Senator for Texas in 100 years to lose re-election. That's impactful.
It's impactful. That's historic, Nicole. And Charles, listen, this is a different map than what we saw in March, right? That was when Cornyn surprised everyone by finishing first in the March primary, and that is certainly not the case tonight. And what we've been seeing throughout the state of Texas, obviously not every single county is in, but...
All right, we're going to leave Spectrum News 1. Senator John Cornyn, who has lost his seat, is speaking right now. Live coverage here on C-SPAN.
Tonight, we've come up short in this primary runoff. You know, a few years ago, I had a friend of mine say, you know what makes God laugh? He said, when we make plans. I've spent most of my time in the Senate building the Republican Party in Texas and in the U.S. Senate, and I've always supported the Republican ticket, and I intend to do so again in this general election. I've said throughout this race that I trust the voters of Texas, and they've made their decision, and I must respect it. Tonight I'm joined up here by three women who mean everything to me, and without whom I never would have enjoyed the incredible ride and public service career that I've had for many, many years. Of course, my wife Sandy, of 46 years and counting, and then our daughters Danley and Haley, of whom I'm enormously proud, and they mean everything to me. Politics is hard on families, especially. But I believe, and I know my family believes, that public service is an honorable calling. Serving others is a high purpose. And while much about politics is ugly, we choose to serve through the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course, we could not have run this race without an outstanding campaign team that has served me so well through so many campaigns. Truly the finest I've ever worked with. To Rob, Mayanne, and Andy, and the entire campaign team who worked tirelessly and gave everything they had, and who believed in me, I want to express my gratitude. Of course, I want to thank my U.S. Senate staff, ably led in Washington, D.C. by Drew, and in Texas by David. You work hard for 32 million Texans every day that I'm honored to represent, with long hours, high stress, and job uncertainty. I want to express my gratitude to my staff for their incredible professionalism and dedication to the 32 million people of Texas that I'm honored to represent. To everyone who's worked with me, alongside of me for all these many years, I just want to say thank you. And then to my supporters in this campaign, more than 1,000 current and former elected official endorsements, more than 30 statewide organizations, to every financial supporter, every volunteer, everyone who voted for me in this election, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tonight I'm reminded of something Teddy Roosevelt said in 1910. He said, "It's not the critic that counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and blood and sweat, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming. But who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be among those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat." A number of years ago, up in West Texas, that's not the region, that's the city, where there was a terrible catastrophe, a county commissioner up there said something that stuck with me all these years. He said, being a Texan doesn't describe where you're from. It describes who your family is. And for the past 2.5 decades, I have represented this family in the United States Senate. During that time, I helped write and pass a number of historic tax reform bills, focused on building our military for tomorrow, helping put hundreds of conservative judges on the federal bench, worked to take Washington's boot off the necks of Texas job creators, and helped tackle some of our nation's most challenging problems. In this runoff election, approximately 8% of registered voters made their voices heard. And of that 8% who voted, roughly 60% said they were ready for a different direction. Another reminder that those who show up decide for those who do not. There's a simple rule in elections, you've heard me say it before, and that is the candidate who gets the most votes wins. The party in the majority gets to govern, and my hope is to keep my party in power for generations. I am an optimist by nature, which is just another way of saying I am a Texan. Yesterday, when I was in San Antonio, where I stood alongside of 109 students who had been admitted to service academies for this upcoming year, this was the 20th time that we've had this academy send-off, and it remains my favorite event of the year, because these young men and women, the leaders of our military and our communities in our nation tomorrow, give me great hope and optimism for our future. Well, a scripture verse comes to mind as well, where the Apostle Paul said, I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race, and I've kept the faith. Over the next 7 months, my service in the United States Senate, I intend to continue my work to help make this nation a better place for all Texans and all Americans. Thank you very much, and may God bless Texas, and may he continue to bless the United States of America.
Senator Cornyn.
I'll have more to say later.
All right, guys, make a hold, please.
You still have concerns about Ken Paxton?
Make a hold.
Senator John Cornyn there talking to reporters, his final statement there as he's projected to have lost his Senate seat. And there is the check mark by the Associated Press. They've declared Ken Paxton the winner tonight in this GOP primary runoff. Ken Paxton slated to face off against James Tallarico, who won his primary contest in March in the general election matchup for this Senate seat. The Texas Tribune put it this way tonight: the last of the gentleman Republicans. John Cornyn's 4-decade political career ends with a MAGA uprising. A former state Supreme Court justice, Texas Attorney General, and a 4-term U.S. Senator, Cornyn had held on in the Republican Party as it transformed from the party of Bush to the Tea Party movement, and eventually the domination by President Trump. That's the Texas Tribune headline tonight. James Tallarico, who will face off against Ken Paxton in this general election, putting on X moments ago, I want to thank Senator John Cornyn for his years representing our state. We don't agree on everything, but we both still believe in public service. To Senator Cornyn's supporters, you have a place in our campaign. Aaron Covey, who is U.S. House editor with Cook Political Report, here with us this evening as part of our special primary coverage. James Tallarico reaching out to Cornyn supporters. Will it work?
You know, we'll see. Cornyn just said in his concession speech that he was going to support the Republican ticket, so he effectively endorsed Paxton. Now, how many of those supporters that he has are willing to turn out and vote for Paxton remains to be seen. I think it's a much harder task to ask these folks to vote for Tallarico than to just stay home. But if Tallarico can persuade even a small percentage of them to vote for him, that could help him close the gap.
What do you make of the headline from the Texas Tribune, the last of the gentleman Republicans?
Yeah, I mean, Cornyn increasingly looked like an outlier in Republican politics. I mean, this is the case for much of the Senate because, of course, senators, they serve much longer terms. So you have a lot of Republicans there who are still more throwbacks to the pre-Trump era. But that number has shrunk considerably over time. In the House, the vast majority of Republicans who are in the House are staunch Trump loyalists who first ran for office as MAGA Republicans. But in the Senate, you still have folks like John Cornyn who have far predated the Trump era and looked increasingly out of place in the current Republican Party.
I want to read this from the Texas Tribune's reporting. But in the end, Texas Republicans rejected the August senator for a MAGA darling, despite a record of voting in near perfect alignment with Trump's agenda, serving as the #2 most powerful Republican in the Senate, using that post to drive the president's priorities through the chamber and working to elect Republicans across the country. Cornyn fell to Attorney General Ken Paxton, his political nemesis, and a man he battered for months as morally unfit for office.
Yeah, I mean, just voting with Trump almost all of the time isn't enough necessarily to have his support or his supporters' support in a primary. You know, Dan Crenshaw, who lost his primary just 2 months ago, faced a similar issue, even though he had a voting record that almost 100% of the time did align with Trump. He occasionally would break with the party on issues and was clearly not in the MAGA mold that so many Republican primary voters would prefer at this point. So Republican primary voters knew, even if Cornyn votes with the president most of the time, this is not a Trump guy at the end of the day.
What are you seeing as you continue to watch the map of Texas tonight? There are other runoff contests as well beyond this Senate seat.
Yeah, so it looks like in the 33rd district, that's the race between Colin Allred, former member of Congress and Senate nominee, and Julie Johnson, a freshman member of Congress. That race still has a decent amount of the vote left to be counted. About 64% of votes are in, and currently Allred is up by 10 points. This is not a surprise. He came in first place in the primary by about 10 points. And even though Johnson is the incumbent here, because of redistricting, she only really represents about a third of this seat. So she always was going to be in a tough position.
And we haven't seen a check mark yet, though, here in that race.
We haven't. I mean, there's still quite a bit of outstanding vote in Dallas County, it seems. Not a huge surprise. The only major race where we have seen a check mark is in the 18th district, which was a race between two members of Congress, Al Green, longtime veteran House member, and Christian Menifee, a freshman, who defeated Green by a hefty double-digit margin.
And I just want to show our viewers where that is. 61% of the vote in. And as Aaron Covey said, the Associated Press declaring Christian Menifee, the freshman incumbent there, the victor earlier on in the evening, and with 61% of the vote in. These numbers will change, but he led the veteran Congressman Al Green by 11,000 votes. Christian Menifee is addressing his supporters. Let's listen in.
Ramirez, Constable Jerry Garcia, Sherman Eagleton, Silva Trevino, Silky Joshi Malik, Andrew Duhan, and then all of my friends at the city. And there's so many of them. Councilwoman Tiffany Thomas, Councilman Mario Castillo, Ed Pollard, Joaquin Martinez, Councilwoman Sally Alcorn, and then two of our former city controllers, Ronald C. Green, Carol Robinson, and then of course my Fort Bend family. Right now I think there's a party going on in Fort Bend because my boy Dexter McCoy is about to be the next Fort Bend County judge. My Fort Bend County Sheriff Eric Fagan, Maxine Lane Seals. Oh, she in here? Maxine in here? Every single elected official, from the federal level to the school board to former elected officials like Jarvis Johnson who's here, I want to thank each and every one of y'all. Y'all support meant the world to me, and I know how stressful it was for you to have to support Martha. Hold on, I'm not done yet. I still got a list. I'm getting there. But I know how hard it was to go up against the powerful, so I want to thank y'all. And now, the next tier of people who I really want to thank are folks who I've known since forever, who stood with me. Martha Cassis Tatum and I go back to when she first ran for city council, and I threw an event for her, and we have been rocking out ever since, and the fact that she's still with me meant the absolute world to me. Thank you, Martha. Y'all already heard from him here today, our city controller, Chris Hollins.
Christian Menefee addressing his supporters in Texas. The Associated Press declared him the winner tonight over Congressman Al Green. Aaron Covey's been with us here with Cook Political Report for this special coverage of the Texas runoff races. What did you make just in overall of this Christian Menefee versus Al Green contest? Incumbent on incumbent. How rare is that? And is it difficult for one incumbent trying to unseat another one, even though he's a freshman?
Yeah, I mean, this really only happens after redistricting. We often see this at the beginning of the decade when every state redraws their lines. But as a result of all this mid-decade redistricting this cycle, we're seeing a couple of member-on-member races. And they tend to be quite contentious. You know, it's awkward for folks in Washington for House Democratic leadership because they have two of their incumbents running against each other. But, you know, I think ultimately what made the difference was that Menefee was able to draw that strong generational contrast, and he had more than enough money to do that on the ads. You know, Green, is well respected and still, I think, quite popular among those voters, but he did not have the funds to really make the case for why he should stay in office another term. Yeah, 78-year-old Al Green, our viewers know him. He comes on the Washington Journal program, talks to our viewers all the time, losing tonight to 38-year-old Christian Menefee, who is serving just his first term in Congress. And this is the 18th congressional district. Talk about this district, its location in the Lone Star State, and its history. Yeah, so the 18th district is in Harris County. That's Houston. It stretches kind of from southwest Houston all the way up to northeast Houston. And it's an amalgamation of a bunch of congressional districts after redistricting. Most of the district overlapped with Green's current 9th district, but of course that wasn't enough to get him over the finish line. About 25% comes from Menefee's district, the 18th district. Moving on to the 35th district, want to give an update as well tonight on that. Aaron Covey, what are you seeing? Yeah, so the 35th district is in Bexar County. This is a seat that is potentially going to be competitive in November. Trump won it by 10 points in 2024, but he only won it by 2 points in 2020. And it looks like Democrats are on track to nominate Johnny Garcia, who's the Bexar County deputy sheriff, a much stronger candidate than Maureen Galindo, who was a scandal-plagued candidate who had a history of polarizing and anti-Semitic comments. Republicans, it looked like, had tried to play there to boost Galindo, knowing that that would make the general election easier. But it looks like Garcia has a pretty healthy 18-point lead at this point. On the Republican side, it's pretty close. We have Carlos de la Cruz, the brother of Republican Congresswoman Monica de la Cruz, is currently leading by about 9 points. He was previously endorsed by Trump and had a lot of money coming in behind him, so he looked like the favorite going into this race. So how does it look then for a general election matchup and contest? Will this be a Republican seat or a Democratic seat? This is a seat that I think is still going to favor Republicans, even in a good national environment for Democrats, even with a competitive Senate race. But it's a seat that could certainly become quite competitive. We currently have it rated likely Republican, which means it has the potential to come online. All right, more House updates coming up, but we want to go to Texas. Ken Paxton, who's been declared the winner in this GOP runoff, addressing supporters.
I feel speechless in a way, but you know, they're not going to let me do that. Wow. To the people in this room, to the people watching at home, and to the people of the great state of Texas, tonight, we just made history. I want to thank my family, my kids, my grandchildren, the Paxton Patriots, and every single person here today. Without your love, your support, and your prayers, we would not be here tonight celebrating this incredible victory. I'd also like to thank all of the grassroots, local, state, and national leaders who supported this campaign, including Congressman Brandon Gilth, who just spoke, Lance Gooden, Congressman Nels, Congressman Wesley Hunt, and Congressman Ronnie Jackson. I'd also like to thank Scott Pressler and Turning Point Action for their endorsements. And then there's one person who I think you might know, President Donald J. Trump. When everyone in Washington told him to abandon me and abandon the people of Texas, he didn't listen. Instead, he gave his complete and total endorsement. President Trump is the leader of our party, and his endorsement is the most powerful force in politics. And I'm honored to have his support, and I look forward to working with him in the Senate to deliver for Texas. Tonight, we just sent a Texas-sized message to Washington. I said it in March, and I'll say it again now. Today, change was on the ballot, and change won. Let me be clear, this is not just my win, this is your win. We just proved that this Senate seat doesn't belong to Washington. It belongs to you, the hardworking men and women of this state. We went up against $150 million in all the attacks in the world, and you know what happened? The voters declared loud and clear a simple truth that we know in our hearts and in our souls: Texas is not for sale. Now I want to take a minute to say something about Senator Cornyn. I want to thank Senator Cornyn for his service to this state. John has dedicated much of his life to serving Texas. He's worked diligently for years to help Texas. And for that spirit of service to the Lone Star State and our nation, I'm very grateful. Thank you, John. So no matter who you supported in this race, whether it was me, Senator Cornyn, or you voted for someone different in March, I want to thank every single Texan, and I want to let them know that I want to earn your support. Tonight is not the end of a campaign. Tonight is the beginning of the fight to preserve every value we hold dear. The future of Texas and the future of America is on the line, and I intend to do everything I can to expand our movement. I've won 3 statewide elections because I know how critical it is for our party to come together, and that's what we must do now. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November. Texas will be the radical left's #1 priority, but if there's one thing I know about Texans, it's that we're not going to let them take it. This campaign is not about red versus blue. It's about so much more. My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Talafrico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Tallarico. But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this: James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports, gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said. His first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Tallarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. Yes. He wants the open borders policies of Biden, the woke agenda of AOC. He's going to push trillions more in spending that's going to continue to drive up prices for all of us. He can never become our senator, but I need your help. We know James Tallarico is going to raise more money than any Democrat in America. So I need everyone watching to go to kenpaxton.com and donate right now and support this campaign. Every Democrat, and I would say every Republican, knows that if we lose this state, if Republicans lose this state, we lose the country. Amen. But I truly believe that together, not only will we win this race, but we can ensure that America's best days are ahead of us. Yes. You see, I'm not just running against the Democrats. I'm running to deliver for you, just as I have as Attorney General. I'm running to lower your cost of living because you deserve to be able to buy a home, afford groceries, and have a high quality of health care without being forced to stay up at night worrying about how you're going to pay your monthly premium or pay off your debt. In the Senate, I'll support President Trump's America First agenda and finally secure our nation's elections by passing the Save America Act. I've taken on big food and big pharma as Attorney General. And I'm going to continue doing that in the Senate because making America healthy again is critical for our nation's future. As Attorney General, I've sued some of the largest companies in the world like Netflix, Snapchat, and Roblox for taking advantage of our kids by exposing them to dangerous, addictive material. In Washington, I will not stop fighting to protect Texas children from big tech hurting our kids. We live in dangerous times, and that's exactly why I'll support our military and be ready to confront the threat from Communist China, which is our #1 geopolitical enemy. Just a few weeks ago, I helped establish the first ever detransition clinic in the country at Texas Children's Hospital. This will help kids reverse the damage caused by radical doctors who tried to transition them. And in the Senate, I will never back down from taking on the woke mob. I've also seen firsthand how bad judges can destroy our freedom and force a liberal agenda on Texas. That's why I will be dedicated to confirming judges who will uphold and defend the Constitution. So now it's time to finish this, Texas. We have until November to come together and bring as many people into this campaign as possible, defeat James Tallarico, and deliver for our state. Yes. I can't thank you enough for your support and your hard work and your vote. Thank you for making history. God bless you, God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Attorney General Ken Paxton declared the winner tonight of the GOP nomination in the Texas Senate runoff race. Pivoting toward the general election, you heard him say there, Trump's endorsement is the most powerful force in politics, and he said his win tonight is sending a message to Washington. Aaron Covey, who is with Cook Political Report, here with us tonight for C-SPAN special primary coverage. You heard him talk about the $100 million that was spent against him. This is total across the primaries, campaigns. This is PAC spending. It reached about 100 million, close to 100 million, according to the Texas Tribune and Ad Impact, versus about 9 million spent on behalf of Ken Paxton.
Yeah, this was the most expensive Senate primary in U.S. history, just to put some perspective on that. And this is only going to get more expensive over the next couple of months, given the amount of money that Tallarico can raise. I mean, the big question is, how much money are Republicans going to have to spend to help Paxton hold this seat? And also, how much money are outside Democratic groups willing to invest in this race, particularly if Tallarico is raising so much money? Texas is one of the most expensive states in the country to run a campaign in. You have 4 major metro markets in Dallas, Houston, and Austin, and San Antonio. And so it's a heavy ask to ask these outside groups to come in. But for Paxton, he is going to need that outside support given the amount of cash that he has on hand. You heard how he's going to frame James Tallarico in this general election matchup. Tofu Tallarico, he had some other names. He referenced campaign ads, low T Tallarico. What's he doing here? He's trying to paint him as culturally out of step with Texas, which he has material to work with there. I think for Tallarico, probably his biggest vulnerabilities are his comments about gender that he's made in the past, saying that God is non-binary, saying that there are 6 genders. Those are the clips that are going to come up in Republican attack ads over and over again. They're also trying to paint him as a vegan. Tallarico has proven that he is not, has eaten a lot of meat on camera at this point, but has made comments in the past about trying to lower meat consumption for environmental reasons. And so they'll have some material to work with there as well. Campaign ads as well, showing him ordering meat. I'm sure there will be. They will be coming. Because Tofu Tallarico, does that resonate with voters in Texas? We'll see. I'm not sure how many nicknames they're going to run through until they land on one. Tallarico is the one that I think I've heard the most so far. But of course, Trump may decide to interject with his own nickname at a certain point. We are waiting for the president to react to tonight's runoff races in the state of Texas. We'll see if he posts on Truth Social tonight. Beyond the president's reaction, what else are you watching for in this race starting tonight? Because you heard the general election is on. It is on. And I want to note, I said this earlier, but the Cook Political Report, we just shifted our rating from likely Republican to lean Republican. That indicates that previously we saw this race as having the potential to be competitive. Now it is firmly in competitive category. However, Republicans still have a slight edge. And we've seen in polling that there is a clear difference between Cornyn's electability in a general election and Paxton's. Some polling has Tallarico tied with him or even ahead. I'm not sure it's at that point. I think it's going to be difficult for any Democrat to reach 50% in a state still as red as Texas, but it's certainly more doable this cycle than it has been in the past. All right, we have a Truth Social post here by President Trump. It's a picture of the president with Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton wins, explanation point there, Republican nominee for U.S. Senate in Texas. What do you make of that choice there to show the president right next to Ken Paxton in that picture, in that post? Yeah, look, I mean, I think he's taking a victory lap. And I think we've said this before. I think Paxton was going to be favored to win this race with or without Trump's support, but it certainly cinched his edge in it. And, I think we saw from the early returns that even before Trump endorsed Paxton had a pretty heavy edge in places where Cornyn had done well previously in the primary. And just in these runoff elections, these electorates favor the more conservative candidate on the Republican side. We've seen that time and time again. And if you're an incumbent like Cornyn was, who got less than 50% of the vote, that means that a majority of Republican primary voters don't want you in office. So it's difficult to come back from that for anyone. We also have some House races that were in runoffs tonight here in the Lone Star State. I want to start with the 33rd district in the Democratic primary there. Aaron, 64% of the vote in, and this race just feels stuck every time we look at it. Colin Allred is in the lead by 1,300 votes. Yeah, I think we're still waiting on results in Dallas County. I mean, Allred has a pretty healthy lead at this point, but not by a wide enough margin to call it for him. But I do think I would certainly want to beat Allred. We saw that he won the primary by a similar margin, and he came in just with a much stronger name ID advantage over Johnson because he had run competitive Senate races statewide for the past 2 cycles. And prior to that, he was in a competitive House seat. So he just had this much stronger base of support that made it difficult for Johnson, although she's a member of Congress herself, to overcome.
And Representative Julie Johnson, I mean, she is the incumbent here, but is Colin Allred essentially viewed as an incumbent because of his history?
I think so. I mean, she's the incumbent, but she only represents about 1/3 of the district due to redistricting. So it's not like she's operating even from the same position that Al Green was in. And he, of course, lost by a pretty solid margin. So Johnson has always been at a disadvantage here. She also got outspent by Allred about 2-1. And Allred had managed to shore up a lot of the progressive support in this district, despite the fact that he had a fairly moderate record in Congress. He had hammered Johnson hard for her stock trading history and accused her of supporting companies that contracted with ICE. And so that really hurt her with Democratic voters.
We do have some calls in other House runoff races tonight. In the 19th Republican primary, talk about this race, 56% of the vote in. And Tom Sell, the Associated Press, gave him the check mark tonight.
So this is an open seat in West Texas in Lubbock. It is very safe, and so Tom Sell should now cruise to victory in the general election. The only thing notable about this race was that this was one of the few primaries where Trump did not take sides. But Tom Sell is a longtime agricultural lobbyist, and I think from the beginning he had the edge. And you know, he won. He came in first place by a pretty healthy margin in the primary as well. So certainly not a shock to see him win by such a conclusive margin.
All right, let's talk about the 38th district as well. What did you see from the Associated Press in this contest?
So this is another race that wasn't going to be particularly close. So Trump had actually previously endorsed John Bonk ahead of the primary, and Bonk only narrowly avoided or only narrowly got stuck in a runoff. He won the primary he came in first place in the primary with 40% of the vote, and his opponent came in second place with a distant 19%. So he really had a significant edge going into this. He was backed by Trump. He's also backed by Ted Cruz, who calls him a longtime friend. And so I think from the beginning, this was probably Bonk's race to lose.
And let's go back and review for our viewers. In the 18th Congressional District, in a Democratic runoff contest there, it was freshman Congressman Christian Menefee versus longtime incumbent Representative Al Green in this 18th district, and Christian Menefee with the check mark tonight. For our viewers who may have missed it, the 18th district, where is it in Texas?
So this is in Houston, Texas. This is a race that only existed because of redistricting. Green and Menefee were effectively drawn into the same district. Green represents currently about 2/3 of it. Menefee represents the balance of it. And, you know, from the beginning, I think Menefee had the edge here just due to the fact that he had quite a bit more cash, but he also had the argument to make that it was time for voters to pass the torch to a younger generation. Green is one of the older members of Congress. He's 78 years old, and Menefee, who's been seen as a rising star in Texas Democratic politics for a while, is 40 years younger. And he really was able to emphasize that age gap in his ads as well.
Let's talk about the 35th district as well and the runoff contest there. What did you see tonight, and why is it noteworthy?
Yeah, so the 35th district is noteworthy because this is a seat that is kind of on the edge of being competitive in November. It's a seat that voted for Trump by about 10 points in 2024. It voted for him by just 2 points in 2020. And this is a seat that's in Bexar County and kind of stretches out to the suburbs and the exurbs of San Antonio, has a pretty large Hispanic population. So if we are seeing a lot of backlash among Hispanic voters to Trump, we would expect it to show up here.
So let's talk big picture here. Why are these races that we're talking about tonight interesting in the House? What impact did redistricting have here?
Redistricting had a huge impact. I don't think we would have seen Johnson or Green lose their races if it weren't for redistricting at the end of the day. Redistricting is also giving Republicans opportunities to pick up seats that they would not have had otherwise. But, you know, I think that Republicans set out to draw themselves 5 pickups in Texas, but at the end of the day, really only 2 of those look like sure bets. The other 3 are probably going to be competitive.
Well, let's talk about the map overall. Texas, the old map versus this decade redistricting that happened there. If you look at the old map, there were 25 Republicans, 13 Democrats. With this new map, we're looking at 28 Republicans, 8 Democrats, and then 2 toss-up seats.
Yeah, so we have 2 seats that are definitely competitive. That's the 34th district in the Valley, held by Vicente Gonzalez. That one is rated as a toss-up. We have Henry Cuellar's seat right next door, the 28th district. That one we actually have rated lean Democrat. That's still going to be competitive, but we think Democrats do have a clear advantage there. And then you have Texas's 35th district, which, as I said earlier, is in San Antonio, and those excerpts. That's a seat that in a good year for Democrats could come online. And because of the primary results, it looks like Democrats will probably have a relatively strong candidate.
There's been movement on the redistricting front. It started with Texas and the president asking and the governor there moving ahead with redistricting in the Lone Star State. That kicked off a redistricting battle across the country. What did we see today in South Carolina?
So in South Carolina, we saw, similar to what we saw in Indiana, a number of Republican lawmakers reject the redistricting push. The ones who rejected it cited the fact that it's running up so close to the primary itself. South Carolina's primary is scheduled for 2 weeks from now. And so they were really doing this and trying to push it through at the very last minute. And a new map would have potentially drawn out Jim Clyburn, the state's only Democratic member of Congress. But now it looks like South Carolina will have their current map, at least for this cycle.
Let's talk about Alabama as well. Take a look at the 2024 map of Alabama, 5 Republicans, 2 Democrats. Now look at 2026. Talk to this map in 2026. Tell our viewers what they need to look at here, why it matters.
So in Alabama's current map, there are 5 Republicans and 2 Democrats in Congress. Under this map that Republicans had previously passed, Republicans would be able to pretty easily oust one of the Democrats there. So that would give them a pickup opportunity in the southern half of the state. Now that map is currently on hold because a federal court has now ruled that the 2023 map that Republicans were trying to go back to is illegal because it intentionally violates the Voting Rights Act by discriminating against Black voters. This decision is now going to go back to the Supreme Court, who will have to issue a final ruling on whether or not they agree with the lower court there. But that map is still in a little bit of legal limbo.
Moving to Tennessee, what happened today?
So in Tennessee, one of the lawsuits that Democrats had launched against the new map there was not successful. And, I don't think that's a huge surprise. Republicans drew themselves a map that ousted the state's lone Democrat, Steve Cohen, who already announced that he is not going to run for re-election. So that gives the Republicans an easy pickup in Tennessee as well.
And then in Florida as well. We were just showing the Hill newspaper, the Hill again, with Florida redistricting. What did we see today?
So in Florida, it looks like Republicans were also victorious there in a lawsuit that had been launched against Republicans' new map in Florida. That new map could allow Republicans to pick up as many as 4 seats in the Sunshine State, which would be significant. However, those 4 seats are all competitive or potentially competitive, so still a lot of open questions about how good this map is going to be for Republicans, at least this cycle.
Heading back to Texas here in our final minutes, Erin Covey, let's retrace our steps here on this Senate GOP runoff race. As we said earlier, 63-year-old Ken Paxton declared the winner to face off against James Tallarico, the Democrat, in the general election for the U.S. Senate seat in Texas. There are the numbers as it stands right now, with 60% of the vote in, and Ken Paxton's lead has jumped up to over 263,000 votes.
Yeah, this is quite a blowout. I think there was initially some polling that had shown the race might still be a little bit closer, could be within single digits, but Paxton won by a resounding victory. He certainly was boosted by Trump's late endorsement that came last week, but I think even before Trump's endorsement, he was favored given the fact that Republican primary voters had already said that they didn't want Cornyn to be their nominee. He was going into this runoff vulnerable because he got less than the 50% of the vote that he needed to avoid it.
If our viewers go to cspan.org, you'll find a map there where they can dig into the map of Texas and these results and see county by county where the votes came in for these runoff contests tonight. give our viewers some advice on how they navigate that map. What did you find interesting tonight on the Senate race?
What was really interesting was the fact that Paxton did as well as he did in these urban areas that had voted for Cornyn by pretty decent margins in the primary. That includes Bexar County, San Antonio, Tarrant County, Fort Worth, Harris County, Houston, Dallas County. These were where Cornyn needed to run up the score if he was going to survive this runoff. And 3 of those counties voted for Paxton by a pretty decent margin. And so that just goes to show that this was a different electorate, too. It was a much lower turnout race than the primary was, as runoffs always are. And in those smaller electorates, it typically favors the more conservative or the more liberal candidate.
I want to also share with our viewers, in case they missed it, James Tallarico posting on X just moments after Ken Paxton was declared the winner by the Associated Press. I want to thank Senator John Cornyn for his years representing our state. We don't agree on everything, but we both still believe in public service. And to Senator Cornyn's supporters, you have a place in our campaign.
We'll see if that works. Cornyn also said that he was going to support the Republican ticket, being, of course, Ken Paxton. So how many of his supporters end up voting reluctantly for Paxton versus staying home versus actually supporting Tallarico remains to be seen.
And what are you watching for next? I mean, starting tonight, tomorrow morning, what are you going to be watching for?
Yeah, look, if Tallarico is able to demonstrate that he can win over support from more independent and Republican voters over the next couple of months, that'll be crucial for getting him from the 40-something% that he's currently at in the polls to the 50% that he would need to actually win the Senate race. You know, we saw Trump obviously won Texas by almost 14 points in 2024. He won by about 5 points in 2020. So this is a state that still leans Republican, typically wants to vote for Republicans, but under the right circumstances, which include, you know, a embattled Republican nominee and a strong environment for Democrats, he could have a real shot.
Aaron Covey is the U.S. House editor with Cook Political Report. Thank you very much for your insights tonight. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
We're going to bring you back to Texas now, and Spectrum News 1 Texas, and their coverage continues of the Texas runoff primary night. We'll be continuing this
Representative Colin Allred is going against incumbent Julie Johnson. Right now, Allred has 54% and Johnson has 45% right now. And on the Republican side, John Sims is going against Patrick Gillespie. You can see those numbers there on your screen. More to come with that here on Spectrum News.
Well, as we wake up on Wednesday morning, I am expecting to see some lingering showers around for the morning commute. Temperatures falling down into the lower 70s for Austin and Bastrop. Upper 60s Fredericksburg, 69 degrees in Waco, and 71 in Luling. Most of the rain is going to be during the early part of the day, with a few isolated showers possible into the afternoon. Drier weather gets here as we head towards Thursday, highs back into the 90s, and the 90s continue towards Friday. In less than 10 minutes, your hyperlocal forecast.
Tonight, Texas has chosen its Republican candidate for U.S. Senate.
Tonight, we just sent a Texas-sized message to Washington.
You know what makes God laugh? He said, when we make plans.
As Houston's newly drawn congressional district chose Christian Menifee.
And we now know who will be on the November ballot representing Democrats on the Attorney General ticket. We're bringing you the latest victories and concessions right now.
It is just after 9 p.m. Central, and we say good evening, Texas, as we continue our special live coverage of the runoff election.
Yeah, things have been moving pretty fast with results pouring in over the last 2 hours.
Yeah, let's start with the race for U.S. Senate, where it's official. Texas will have a new senator come November. Reactions have been pouring in from across the state. Governor Greg Abbott says Paxton will, quote, destroy Tallarico in November. Congressman Wesley Hunt, a former opponent, and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick also congratulated Paxton on social media. Meanwhile, Democratic nominee James Tallarico is thanking Senator John Cornyn for his years of service. He's extending an olive branch to his supporters, saying they have a place in his campaign. And President Donald Trump is also reacting to the news of a Paxton win. He posted this photo on social media. His endorsement in the final days of the campaign seemed to help push Paxton across the finish line.
And about a half hour ago, incumbent Senator John Cornyn took to the stage to address the election results.
Cornyn thanked his campaign team for their work and Texas voters who showed up to the polls, adding he still plans to support the Republican Party's nomination.
I am an optimist by nature, which is just another way of saying I am a Texan. I've spent most of my time in the Senate building the Republican Party in Texas and in the U.S. Senate, and I've always supported the Republican ticket, and I intend to do so again in this general election.
Speaking of which, let's go to where celebrations are continuing for Ken Paxton.
We've got our Aaron Davis, who's been with the Paxton campaign all night. Aaron, what did he have to say?
Well, you know, it's interesting you hear Cornyn talking about supporting the Republican ticket because Paxton made a note to emphasize that Republicans need to come together now. He thinks that he will be a #1 target of Democrats in the state of Texas and national come November. And he really wants the party to coalesce around him and support him so that he can be successful in November. He also thanked the president for his endorsement and called the president, you know, one of the most powerful forces in politics. And I think that Paxton winning this election goes to prove that the president does still have really strong influence in elections where he decides to endorse in them. Paxton also talked about, how this victory proves that Texas Republicans are ready for a change, someone not in D.C., but someone to come from Texas, elected by grassroots conservatives to represent them in Washington, D.C. So he really sees this as a turning point. He also, took time to attack his Democratic opponent, the nominee, James Tallarico, saying nicknames that we've heard him say before. And talking about, transgender children and his Tallarico's views on religion and abortion. So it definitely signaled that this is going to be an aggressive and competitive general election between Paxton and Tallarico, and it will be interesting to watch, James.
All right, thanks, Aaron.
And James, as we mentioned earlier, the race for Republican Attorney General is now over.
Yeah, we said it at the top of the hour there, but Mays Middleton has been declared the winner. Now, I had thought that maybe that was going to be a closer race because Chip Roy had gotten $3 million plus an additional $1 million after that in the final weeks of the race to sort of match Mays Middleton and his $16 million that he poured into this race with attack ads, with publicity for voters. But you see it there, 55% for Mays Middleton, 44% for Chip Roy, closer than the Senate election, but still, that's a pretty sizable win for Mays Middleton, not super close there. Kind of surprising because Chip Roy, we talk about him all the time.
Sure. Not a newcomer.
Not a newcomer at all. He's been in Congress for several years. He's not new to Texas politics. Mays Middleton, though, it seems like that association that he has with Trump as MAGA Mays has done it for him.
I mean, he said it himself, Mays, MAGA Middleton. Like he's run with that particular platform, and it seems like that worked in his favor tonight, and just having that support, that connection to President Trump seems to fare well for him. And I do want to point out that Chip Roy did congratulate Middleton on social media just now. That just happened.
All right, yeah, and I also want to take a look at the railroad commissioner's race because Rena just talked about it. We saw that it had been a very big lead for Beau French, but like I said, some of the state's top leaders have come out for Jim Wright, and you see it still at 51 to 49 or 52 to 49%. That's still pretty close. 60% of the expected vote. I'm really looking out for this one, and maybe this is going to be the tight race that will keep us sort of holding our breath at the end, because it does seem, guys, that the rest of these races seem pretty well decided. I mean, we've called so many races already, called them early on, but this one, Jim Wright seems to be sticking around. Maybe with the election day vote, that's what Chip Roy was expecting, that's what John Cornyn was expecting. Maybe it's Jim Wright who's going to be the one who's making this count on election day and has all that support.
Yeah, and we are waiting to hear from Colin already. We'll bring that to you as soon as he begins to speak. But we mentioned earlier that Texas appears to be somewhat of a bellwether for what a Trump endorsement looks like and what that means and the impact that it could have. And we are seeing in race after race after race that those that have been endorsed by Trump are being successful tonight.
It's like adding AI to the end of your cooking days. Like that seems to be the trick, right?
Well, yeah, it does seem like the president has gathered his hold on the Republican Party. He's put out a statement for Attorney General Ken Paxton, as we see Colin Allred here, perhaps walking up to the mic, but we'll wait on that.
Right.
But President Trump has congratulated Ken Paxton as well, and he's sort of put his stamp of approval on that race, because there was a question about who was going to win that Senate race. It had been going for so long. John Cornyn really believed that he could do it and had spent hundreds of millions, well, more than $100 million trying to do it. But it does look like perhaps Colin Allred is getting ready to speak. Do we know if that's happening yet?
He's preparing to speak. Let's listen in.
Okay, I don't have a mic, so y'all just have to hear me. Come on up here, John. And Retta. Where's Fahad? Where's Fahad? Yeah. Retta, come right here. Where's Councilman Fahad? Oh, come on, Zishan. Fahad? Yeah. Hey, Anna. Okay. Well, listen, I am not here to say the election's over. It's not. Okay? We're still counting Election Day votes. But it looks good. Okay? And I'm looking forward to when it's finally over. Because the truth is, I think we've all had enough of primary season. Yes. When Donald Trump and the Republican Party are eviscerating our rights and our Constitution, making life unaffordable for working people, starting wars out of nowhere, we need to move on from talking about what's going on in the Democratic Party and start talking about what they've been doing. These folks, I talked to a voter today, and I just said, you know, I'm just calling you to encourage you to vote. I think she thought I was AI at first. And I told her, you know, listen, these are the reasons I think you should vote. And she said, I hope y'all just do something about how much everything costs. She said, I can't afford to fill my gas tank. She said, if I take $50 to the grocery store, I can't get enough for my family to eat. And I was just thinking, these elections matter, but what we really have to do is get to the work that these folks need us to do. Because there are people out there who are struggling. There are people out there who are looking for somebody who might care. And I do. And I know y'all do. We know what's at stake. A couple of weeks ago, the Supreme Court thought that they could go ahead and eliminate the ability for us to elect candidates of our choosing in the South. They struck down what was the remaining portions of the Voting Rights Act. And as a voting rights lawyer, I took that personally. But I also think that it's time for us to no longer live off the accomplishments of the civil rights movement or of past generations who fought for our rights. It's time for us to fight for those rights, right? And I got to tell you, I feel like we're heading for a good election in November, right? But here in the Democratic Party, we also have to make sure we make very clear who we stand for. And in this election, that's why I'm so happy to be here at the CWA Hall and to have the support. And to have the support of the AFL-CIO and my brothers and sisters in labor. Because the Democratic Party, if we stand for anything, it has to be for working people. It has to be for opportunity, for the idea that if you work hard and you play by the rules, that you should be able to get ahead. It's a very simple promise, but it's one that has been broken. I can't tell folks now that this system is fair to them. I can't tell them that. If you feel like it's rigged, that's because it has been. And we have to unrig it. I've been going all around our city and our area to places that you wouldn't normally campaign. Boxing matches, right, Renee? Construction sites, grocery stores, restaurants, anywhere where working people are, to talk to them about what's going on in their lives. And they know Donald Trump is corrupt, and they know that he's not on their side, but they're wondering if the Democratic Party is too. So I'm here tonight to say the Democratic Party will stand with working people in this election and going forward. That's what we stand for. We're going to stand up when they want to spend your tax dollars dropping bombs in the Middle East. I've had enough of this nonsense, of us thinking we're going to solve all of our problems just by attacking people. That's not foreign policy. That's being a bully. We're going to stand up for the idea that diversity is a good thing. Yes. Right? That it makes us better. We're stronger because of how diverse we are. North Texas is strong because of what we look like. But it's been under attack. And I have so many people that I want to thank. I can't say thank you for making sure that we won, because we're not there yet. But I have a lot of people I want to thank. And I want to thank, first of all, my excellent campaign team. If y'all have any interaction, to my campaign manager, Shad. To the whole team, y'all got to bear with me because I'm going to say their names. Nicole, Jane, Sonia, Kennedy, Dexter, Chase, Anna, Paige, Ed, and Jasmine, and our great field team for knocking on the doors. I want to thank Representative Retta Bowers for being my friend throughout this whole thing, my church member, and her son, John Bowers. I want to thank all of the folks who've been involved in this campaign. To Jasmine Crockett, thank you so much for your leadership. You know, Jasmine's not done, and I appreciate her for the voice that she had, both in terms of running for Senate, but also in terms of using her platform to encourage people to stay involved. Yep. And I have to tell you that when I got elected in 2018, I forgot to thank my wife. She was standing right next to me. And I thanked everybody else in the room. But I didn't thank Allie. Allie and I have two boys, Jordan and Cameron. They're 7 and 5. All this campaigning and all this stuff has made it hard for us sometimes. And she's held it together on the home front and kept me sane. And I can't thank her enough. She's at home with our kids right now. And some of y'all have heard me say this, but I carry 2 rocks with me everywhere I go. My boys are kind of funny. They collect rocks, and they bring them to me. And I have like a whole collection of rocks at home, and they're just normal rocks. They're not special rocks. But they thought they were special, and they brought them home. And so I carry these 2 little rocks with me everywhere I go. And I tell my boys that whenever I'm not with them, I have my rocks with me so that I'm carrying some of them with me. And my message to y'all in this time where everything seems dark, where you feel like you see progress going backwards, where you feel like nobody cares or sees you, that your government is attacking you, that we have an out-of-control ICE terrorizing our communities, that when we have a president who just talks about himself with no mention of the greater good or the broader interest, to remember your 2 rocks, that there's something that motivates you to believe in our society, to believe in our community, to believe in your family, to believe that we can do better than this. Don't let them get you down. They want us to believe there's nothing we can do about this. But when we beat them in November and we take back the Congress, we're going to hold them accountable. I'm telling you. I want to see butts in seats. I want to see hearings. I want to see investigations. I want to see us hold them accountable. They've been breaking the law. And we're going to make sure folks know about it. And here in North Texas, if they come into Dallas or they come into these communities, I want them to know that I'm going to be watching. Yes. And that if you violate my people's civil rights, I will be there to fight you every step of the way. You hear me? Because they think we're going to go back. And we ain't going back. We're not going back to counting jelly beans in a jar or bubbles on a bar of soap. We're not going back to ask for permission to be involved in our democracy. We're not going back. And this election here in November, we're going to stand up to them. Are y'all ready? Yeah. You fired up? Yeah. You ready to go? Yeah. Fired up? Yeah. Let's do it. Okay, appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and Campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott McFarland of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism in today's media and some of the latest news stories. C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Join in the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
Best ideas and best practices can be found anywhere.
Well, we have to listen so we can govern better.
Democracy depends on heavy doses of civility.
You can fight and still be friendly.
Bridging the divide in American politics.
You know, you may not agree with a Democrat on everything, but you can find areas where you do agree.
He's a pretty likable guy as well.
Chris Coons and I are actually friends. He votes wrong all the time, but we're actually friends.
The horrible secret that Scott and I have is that we actually respect each other.
We all don't hate each other.
You two actually kind of like each other. These are the kinds of secrets we'd like to expose.
It's nice to be with a member who knows what they're talking about.
You guys did agree to the civility, all right?
He owes my son $10 from a bet.
You're vice president. Fork it over.
That's fighting words right there.
Glad I'm not in charge of it.
I'm thrilled to be on the show with him.
They're not shows like this, right? Incentivizing that relationship.
Ceasefire, Friday nights on C-SPAN.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans.
Manny Garcia for the Democrats. Ted, let's start with you. This race at the top, the Senate race, over, I think, much faster than many people expected. But what does the result, with Ken Paxton being the nominee, what does that say about where the Republican Party here in Texas is right now?
I mean, I think Cornyn sort of served his state with distinction over the last, 4 terms. Was elected to the Senate from Attorney General, just like Paxton was. Served with Bush, and I think sort of found himself in a Trump world where he was never fully comfortable, James. And this is someone that I think sort of politically and sort of tried to do his best to say that he was a supporter of Trump. And I think, I think Cornyn for the past 2 decades, pretty much people knew who he was. And I thought that, voters really, and I think Trump's statement said it. Trump's statement was like, look, he wasn't with me early and often, and that's true. That's a true statement. Yep. So he's out there, and I think that sort of MAGA movement conservative, that is part of Paxton. Looking past some of what Paxton has had problems with when he was Attorney General or even before. So in my mind, this is sort of a reflection of where the party is. It's a party that does support the president. It's a party that does support that movement conservative. That wasn't Cornyn.
As a reminder to our viewers, the quote about John Cornyn from the president was, "John Cornyn is a good man and I worked well with him." But to your point, Ted, quote, "He was not supportive of me when times were tough." Contrast that with Ken Paxton.
Yeah, I mean, Paxton was sort of there on January 6th. He's sort of early and often. Paxton was there.
Yeah, he was very loyal
to. We saw that, and look, I mean, I think that Cornyn was one of those guys that was like, was. And I think that some of these senators, Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, John Cornyn, these are sort of the old guard in the Senate. Obviously, Cornyn ran for Senate Majority Leader when Mitch McConnell stepped down. He didn't get that. Yeah. I think he, thought about maybe not retiring or not. He did try to go at it. Wasn't successful.
Manny, what do you think of the results?
Yeah, I mean, this is the end of an era of the Republican Party, and John Cornyn, like George W. Bush in Texas, was kind of that compassionate conservatism. Maybe was a little different on immigration in Texas, a little more open to a different kind of discussion, not the same kind of, MAGA movement, deport everybody kind of position that you might see from the Trump era of the Republican Party. I think it's really a complete shift here.
But let me press on this, because you're talking about the hard lines on immigration and how there was a more compassionate conservatism. That's a line from George W. Bush. Right. But there's been a backlash against the immigration enforcement. So what does your party start? I mean, do you guys start pitching that?
There is a big opening now. There's been a huge backlash across the country and in Texas. And there's big economic times. There's a big conversation right now about affordability and what is going on in our businesses, our small businesses. We can't build anything in South Texas anymore, right? And are we going to be responsive to independents and Texans and what is going on right now?
Does this make the November race more competitive for you?
Absolutely it does. And I think everybody notices it. Everybody's talking about it. Donald Trump decided to pick with who was most loyal to him.
All right, we've got to go to commercial break. Our live coverage of tonight's election continues right after this. We'll take a look at the results and take a moment to look at the U.S. Senate race with Ken Paxton coming out on top. Stay with us.
'26 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and Campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott MacFarlane of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism in today's media and some of the latest news stories. C-SPAN's Washington Journal, joining the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
Best ideas and best practices can be found anywhere.
We have to listen so we can govern better.
Democracy depends on heavy doses of civility.
You can fight and still be friendly.
Bridging the divide in American politics.
You know, you may not agree with a Democrat on everything, but you can find areas where you do agree.
He's a pretty likable guy as well.
Chris Coons and I are actually friends. He votes wrong all the time, but we're actually friends.
The horrible secret that Scott and I have is that we actually respect each other.
We all don't hate each other.
You two actually kind of like each other. These are the kinds of secrets we'd like to expose.
It's nice to be with a member who knows what they're talking about.
You guys did agree to the civility, all right?
He owes my son $10 from a bet.
He's your vice president. Fork it over.
That's fighting words right there.
Glad I'm not in charge of it.
I'm thrilled to be on the show with him.
They're not shows like this, right? Incentivizing that relationship.
Ceasefire, Friday nights on C-SPAN.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and Campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott MacFarlane of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism.
9:30 p.m. right now. So far, we looked at races for the U.S. Senate, congressional race in North Texas, a whole lot more tonight.
Absolutely. And now we're getting many of those results. We have them there at the bottom of your screens. So we want to give you a breakdown for those who are just tuning in, starting with the Attorney General race. It had gone to a runoff on both sides, and now we have some results.
Yeah, it had gone to a runoff on both sides, but you've got that up on your screen. Mays Middleton has been declared the winner with 56% of the vote compared to Chip Roy's 44%. A bit of a surprise to see that that not as close as you would think, because Chip Roy, as we have been discussing, has such big name recognition, but Mays Middleton really pushed on that MAGA Mays nickname that he gave himself and on his conservative record. Now, over on the Democratic side, you've got State Senator Nathan Johnson of Dallas at 59%. He's been declared the winner. He will be facing off against Mays Middleton. He beat out Joe Jaworski, who only got 40% of the vote. Over at District 9, Alex Mueller is the winner of District 9 with 69% of the vote against longtime State Representative Briscoe Cain. That is a big win for the president, who endorsed Mueller over Briscoe Cain, who was endorsed by Governor Abbott.
And another big winner tonight, James, Ken Paxton, who will be running who took down incumbent John Cornyn, Here's what he had to say earlier this evening.
I've won 3 statewide elections because I know how critical it is for our party to come together, and that's what we must do now. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November. Texas will be the radical left's #1 priority. But if there's one thing I know about Texans, it's that we're not going to let them take it. This campaign is not about red versus blue. It's about so much more. My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Talafrico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Tallarico. But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this. James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports, gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said. His first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Tallarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. He wants the open borders policies of Biden, the woke agenda of AOC. He's going to push trillions more in spending. It's going to continue to drive up prices for all of us. He can never become our senator, but I need your help. We know James Tallarico is going to raise more money than any Democrat in America. So I need everyone watching to go to kenpaxton.com and donate right now and support this campaign. Every Democrat, and I would say every Republican, knows that if we lose this state, if Republicans lose this state, we lose the country. Amen. But I truly believe that together, not only will we win this race, but we can ensure that America's best days are ahead of us. Yes. You see, I'm not just running against the Democrats. I'm running to deliver for you, just as I have as Attorney General. I'm running to lower your cost of living because you deserve to be able to buy a home, afford groceries, and have a high quality of health care without being forced to stay up at night worrying about how you're going to pay your monthly premium or pay off your debt. In the Senate, I'll support President Trump's America First agenda and finally secure our nation's elections by passing the Save America Act. I've taken on big food and big pharma as Attorney General. And I'm going to continue doing that in the Senate because making America healthy again is critical for our nation's future. As Attorney General, I've sued some of the largest companies in the world like Netflix, Snapchat, and Roblox for taking advantage of our kids by exposing them to dangerous, addictive material. In Washington, I will not stop fighting to protect Texas children from big tech hurting our kids. We live in dangerous times, and that's exactly why I'll support our military and be ready to confront the threat from Communist China, which is our #1 geopolitical enemy. Just a few weeks ago, I helped establish the first ever detransition clinic in the country at Texas Children's. This will help kids reverse the damage caused by radical doctors who tried to transition them. And in the Senate, I will never back down from taking on the woke mob. I've also seen firsthand how bad judges can destroy our freedom and force a liberal agenda on Texas. That's why I will be dedicated to confirming judges who will uphold and defend the Constitution. So now it's time to finish this, Texas. We have until November to come together and bring as many people into this campaign as possible, defeat James Tallarico, and deliver for our state. I can't thank you enough for your support and your hard work and your vote. Thank you for making history. God bless you, God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
Stick around, we've got more election coverage right after this.
Is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and Campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott McFarland of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism in today's media and some of the latest news stories. C-SPAN's Washington Journal, joining the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
Best ideas and best practices can be found anywhere.
Well, we have to listen so we can govern better.
Democracy depends on heavy doses of civility.
You can fight and still be friendly.
Bridging the divide in American politics.
You know, you may not agree with a Democrat on everything, but you can find areas where you do agree.
He's a pretty likable guy as well.
Chris Coons and I are actually friends. He votes wrong all the time, but we're actually friends.
The horrible secret that Scott and I have is that we actually respect each other.
We all don't hate each other.
You two actually kind of like each other. These are the kinds of secrets we'd like to expose.
It's nice to be with a member who knows what they're talking about.
You guys did agree to the civility, all right?
He owes my son $10 from a bet.
You're vice
never
president.
paid.
Fork it over.
That's fighting words right there.
Glad I'm not in charge of it.
I'm thrilled to be on the show with him.
They're not shows like this, right? Incentivizing that relationship.
Ceasefire, Friday nights on C-SPAN.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington.
AP now calling District 35 with Johnny Garcia as the winner. We'll talk about that in just a second. But there's another high-profile race we're tracking in Houston.
That's Congressional District 18. Our Valencia Jones joins us now for a look at that race, with the Associated Press calling the race for Congressman Christian Menifee. Valencia, what you got?
Well, I'm here in Midtown Houston in a bar. The name of this bar is called Poor Behavior. But I tell you what, there's anything but poor behavior going on in here. It's just a bunch of supporters of Christian Menifee supporting and celebrating a huge Democratic runoff win. And with that, the two-decade run of his opponent, Congressman Al Green, coming to a close. Green ran his campaign on his years of experience and the trust of his longtime supporters. Menifee running just after 100 days in office since the special election, now celebrating a victory. A hard-fought race for both campaigns. Menifee paid tribute to Green during his speech, and in a campaign statement released tonight, he called him an icon. Menifee says he will continue Green's legacy of service, as well as the many former District 8 congressmen and women who made a mark on the community. Back to you.
All right, Valencia, you stay on your best behavior out there. Turning now to a race that's gained some attention for its controversial candidate, Charles.
Yeah, we're talking about Texas's railroad commissioner, and we got our Lily Celeste standing by to tell us a little bit more. Lily.
Hey guys, yeah, definitely the controversy has been a key storyline in this race, but tonight it is a tight race. Beau French leading Jim Wright by just a couple points, but of course not all the results are in quite yet. Let's talk a little bit about the candidates. Beau French, oil and gas runs in his family, and he's been a long-time investor, but what he's really drawn attention for is his comments on DEI and a lot of social issues that aren't usually associated with a railroad commissioner. He's called for deportation of 100 million people, and he's vowed to get Islamic and Chinese influence out of Texas oil and gas. Jim Wright, on the other hand, he is the incumbent in this race. He served one term, was first elected in 2020, and he spent a career as an oil field worker and then executive before his time on the commission. He's campaigned on making it easier to build infrastructure, like things like pipelines, as well as managing waste from oil fields. And he kind of led the charge on updating those rules last year. And again, it's a really tight race, and they've kind of traded jabs at each other. Jim Wright has gotten the support of some of Texas's biggest politicians, including Governor Abbott. Meanwhile, Beau French's only endorsement comes from Ken Paxton, who of course has won his race tonight. So still a tight race here and a long way to go to figure out who will be up for election in November. Guys.
Willie, thank you. And now to some other races that we're tracking this evening, a couple that have been called already.
Yeah, and our Rena Diamante is back. She's going to tell us a little bit more about those. Rena?
Yeah, so the AP has projected Johnny Garcia as the winner in the Democratic runoff for Congressional District 35. This is welcome news, I'm sure, for those Democratic leaders in Congress who have been concerned about Maureen Galindo's anti-Semitic remarks and conspiracies that she's been promoting. They have been endorsing Johnny Garcia, who is the more moderate in this race. And also the AP has called the primary runoff on the Republican side of Texas District 35, with the Trump-backed candidate Carlos de la Cruz winning over State Representative John Lujan. Certainly part of the pattern we're seeing tonight, James and Charles.
Irina, thank you very much. And our election preview continues throughout the night. Be sure to keep it here with us. We'll be right back.
Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and Campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott McFarland of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism in today's media and some of the latest news stories. C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Join in the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
Best ideas and best practices can be found anywhere.
Well, we have to listen so we can govern better.
Democracy depends on heavy doses of civility.
You can fight and still be friendly.
Bridging the divide in American politics.
You know, you may not agree with a Democrat on everything, but you can find areas where you do agree.
He's a pretty likable guy as well.
Chris Coons and I are actually friends. He votes wrong all the time, but we're actually friends.
The horrible secret that Scott and I have is that we actually respect each other.
We all don't hate each other.
You two actually kind of like each other. These are the kinds of secrets we'd like to expose.
It's nice to be with a member who knows what they're talking about.
You guys did agree to the civility, all right?
He owes my son $10 from a bet.
He is never paid. Fork it over.
That's fighting words right there.
Glad I'm not in charge of it.
I'm thrilled to be on the show with him.
They're not shows like this, right? Incentivizing that relationship.
Ceasefire, Friday nights on C-SPAN.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and Campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott McFarland of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism in today's media and some of the latest news stories. C-SPAN's Washington Journal, joining the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
Best ideas and best practices can be found anywhere.
We have to listen so we can govern better.
Democracy depends on heavy doses of civility.
You can fight and still be friendly.
Bridging the divide in American politics.
You know, you may not agree with a Democrat on everything, but you can find areas where you do agree.
He's a pretty likable guy as well.
Chris Coons and I are actually friends. He votes wrong all the time, but we're actually friends.
The horrible secret that Scott and I have is that we actually respect each other.
We all don't hate each other.
You two actually kind of like each other. These are the kinds of secrets we'd like to expose.
It's nice to be with a member who knows what they're talking about.
You guys did agree to the civility, all right?
He owes my son $10 from a bet.
It is never paid. Fork it over.
That's fighting words right there.
Glad I'm not in charge of it.
I'm thrilled to be on the show with him.
They're not shows like this, right? Incentivizing that relationship.
Ceasefire, Friday nights on C-SPAN.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and Campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott MacFarlane of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism in today's media and some of the latest news stories. C-SPAN's Washington Journal, joining the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
Best ideas and best practices can be found anywhere.
Well, we have to listen so we can govern better.
Democracy depends on heavy doses of civility.
You can fight and still be friendly.
Bridging the divide in American politics.
You know, you may not agree with a Democrat on everything, but you can find areas where you do agree.
He's a pretty likable guy as well.
Chris Coons and I are actually friends. He votes wrong all the time, but we're actually friends.
The horrible secret that Scott and I have is that we actually respect each other.
We all don't hate each other.
You two actually kind of like each other. These are the kinds of secrets we'd like to expose.
It's nice to be with a member who knows what they're talking about.
You guys did agree to the civility, all right?
He owes my son $10 from a bet.
He is never paid. Fork it over.
That's fighting words right there.
Glad I'm not in charge of it.
I'm thrilled to be on the show with him.
They're not shows like this, right? Incentivizing that relationship.
Ceasefire, Friday nights on C-SPAN.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered, every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and Campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott MacFarlane of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism in today's media and some of the latest news stories. C-SPAN's Washington Journal, joining the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
In a divided media world, one place brings Americans together. According to a new Magid research report, nearly 90 million Americans turn to C-SPAN, and they're almost perfectly balanced. 28% conservative, 27% liberal or progressive, 41% moderate. Republicans watching Democrats, Democrats watching Republicans, moderates watching all sides. Because C-SPAN viewers want the facts, straight from the source. No commentary, no agenda, just democracy, unfiltered. Every day on the C-SPAN networks. Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN network.
Our special coverage of the runoff election.
Yeah, polls now closed for this runoff election.
And we are tracking all the races on the runoff ballot tonight.
Yeah, it has been a very busy night. Lots of races have been called. We want to start with the biggest talker of the night, the U.S. Senate race. And it just appears, James, that Trump's endorsement really carried a lot of weight in the U.S. Senate race.
It really did. I mean, it was over pretty early in the night. I think a lot earlier than maybe a lot of our viewers expected. Certainly earlier than I expected it to be. I mean, we knew that Paxton probably was the front runner for this, but the president's endorsement definitely seemed to make all the difference. You see it there, 63%, 36%. But look at that. It's almost a 300,000 vote difference if you look at the vote count. And also the president came out and was one of the first people to tweet out or truth out his support of Ken Paxton for winning that race. You look at that big graphic there. Obviously, the president played a huge role in this race and getting Ken Paxton over the hump here.
Yeah, and so many people reacting and celebrating. So let's go out to where celebrations are continuing for Ken Paxton.
We've got our Aaron Davis, who's been with the Paxton campaign all night. Aaron, what did he say tonight?
Well, James, you know, he started out by thanking the president for his endorsement and saying that the president is one of the most powerful and influential people in politics right now. He did thank Senator Cornyn for the race well run and for his service. I think that was one of the more nicer moments on the campaign trail that we've seen throughout this entire time. But Cornyn also says that his winning is Texans sending a Texas-sized message to D.C., saying they're ready for a change and saying that, you know, it's out with what they consider an older establishment of the Republican Party and in with this new grassroots conservative movement. Paxton also talked about, you know, how he feels like Democrats are going to be campaigning heavily against him on the road to the general election in November. He also took the time to, you know, attack his Democratic opponent, James Tallarico, and really wants Republicans to coalesce around him, around Paxton, to make sure that he is successful in November. Now, it wasn't really saying that as if he wasn't confident in his abilities to be elected, but there's been a lot of division on this campaign trail, and I think he really wants to make sure that Republicans kind of leave that in the past now that the runoffs are over and come together as a party to elect him and elect other Republicans down ballot. And he, you know, thinks that if Republicans are able to do that, then they will be successful in November in their campaigning against this Democratic nominee. And, you know, as I said, he was already attacking Tallarico tonight on the stage. He's already started attacking him even before this race was called. So I think it goes to show that, you know, there have been and now are really in this mindset of we're looking towards November. What can we do to knock the Democrat down a peg in order to be successful? And, you know, they think that's going to take all Republicans at least coming together and supporting Paxton as being the nominee at the top of the ticket. So it definitely will be an interesting race to watch as we look towards November, James.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
And we do have some news coming in now. We've been waiting all night long. Colin Allred's been waiting all night long for it to be official, and it is official. AP calling that race for District 33 for Colin Allred right now.
Yeah, we saw Colin Allred come out earlier in the night. He looked like he was very confident, and now the AP confirms it. He's going to win that race about 55% to 45% against his successor, Julie Johnson. So Colin Allred looks like he will be the Democratic nominee in November in his quest to return to Congress there.
All right, yeah, so much happening with Colin Allred. He represented District 32, then he ran for U.S. Senate. Now he's District 33, and so he says that he really wants to get back to, you know, speaking for the people of that particular district. So we'll see what happens with that. And then we have a lot of top winners for tonight. Break that down for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think the top winner of the night really is President Donald Trump.
Yeah.
We talked about in that Cornyn versus Paxton race at the top of the ballot, the president's endorsement made all the difference there. I think Paxton was still probably slated to win, but the major difference that there is there, you've got to credit that to the president's endorsement. But down ballot, there was also a couple of races with Congressional District 9, as Rena's been talking about all night, with Alex Mueller and Briscoe Cain. I mean, just look at that difference, 70% basically against 30% for Briscoe Cain, who is not a newcomer to politics. He's been around the state capitol for a very long time, and he's no squish. He's a very, very conservative lawmaker. So to get this result, 70 to 30%, is very surprising to me. Same thing in District 35, where there was Carlos de la Cruz, a newcomer to politics. He is the brother of Monica de la Cruz in South Texas, the congresswoman there. But John Lujan, again, he's been a state representative for a couple of terms. He flipped Democrat district to a Republican district, was touted very highly. He even got Governor Greg Abbott's endorsement. But in this race, and it appears tonight, it does not matter. What matters is who's got President Trump's support.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll continue to track all of that. Our live, our coverage of runoff election night continues after this.
Yeah, after the break, we'll take a closer look at that District 33 election with our Lauren Rango.
You're watching C-SPAN, Democracy Unfiltered.
Start your day with Washington Journal, your window into the nation's capital. The only nationally televised forum for discussing the latest issues in Washington and across the country.
It gives the people an opportunity to speak for themselves on the issues that they actually care about.
This is a great forum, and you get to talk to real Americans, and look forward to the callers. I've always enjoyed doing the program.
And I would be remiss, this is my first time ever on C-SPAN, if I didn't say that I think, and all your callers, our country would be a better place if every American just watched 1 hour a week. They could pick 1, 2, or 3.
Join us for a live 3-hour conversation with a variety of congressional members and Washington influencers. You can watch Washington Journal live every morning at 7 a.m. Eastern on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, or online at cspan.org.
Reinforced by nuclear capabilities of France, I feel ready.
Good morning to everyone. I would like to read out a statement on behalf of Ukraine, Albania, Andorra, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, Cyprus, Czechia, Denmark, Estonia, Fiji, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Marshall Islands, Monaco, Montenegro, the Netherlands, New Zealand, North Macedonia, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Republic of Moldova, Republic of Korea, Romania, San Marino, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and the European Union. We wish to draw your urgent attention to the fact that the Russian Federation has reached a new appalling level of aggression against Ukraine by further intensifying its attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure. On the night of May 23 to May 24, Russian armed forces launched one of the largest combined attacks against Ukraine, employing hundreds of aerial weapons, including ballistic and cruise missiles, as well as unmanned aerial vehicles. For the city of Kiev, this was one of the most devastating attacks recorded to date. Other regions of Ukraine were also severely affected. Many civilians have been killed and injured across Ukraine. Moreover, the Russian Federation appears to have struck the city of Bila Tserkva with an Oreshnik medium-range ballistic missile specifically designed to carry nuclear warheads. Russia's repeated use of nuclear-capable missiles constitutes an unacceptable escalation. We strongly condemn Russia's escalating attacks.
And now, Texas Attorney General
against
Ken
civilians,
Paxton, who was
civilian
endorsed
objects,
by President
and
Trump this
Ukraine's
election
critical
cycle.
energy
He's the winner of
infrastructure
the state's Republican
constitute
primary
grave
runoff
violations
for
of
U.S.
international
Senate.
humanitarian law and must cease immediately. We call for a full, immediate and unconditional ceasefire, as well as underscore the urgent need for concrete humanitarian measures, including the complete exchange
Coming up next, GOP Texas Senator John Cornyn speaking with reporters after the Texas U.S. Senate Republican primary runoff election.
I feel speechless in a way, but you know, they're not going to let me do that. Wow. To the people in this room, to the people watching at home, and to the people of the great state of Texas, tonight, we just made history. I want to thank my family, my kids, my grandchildren, the Paxton Patriots, and every single person here today. Without your love, your support, and your prayers, we would not be here tonight celebrating this incredible victory. I'd also like to thank all of the grassroots, local, state, and national leaders who supported this campaign, including Congressman Brandon Gilth, who just spoke, Lance Gooden, Congressman Nels, Congressman Wesley Hunt, and Congressman Ronnie Jackson. I'd also like to thank Scott Pressler and Turning Point Action for their endorsements. And then there's one person who I think you might know, President Donald J. Trump. When everyone in Washington told him to abandon me and abandon the people of Texas, he didn't listen. Instead, he gave his complete and total endorsement. President Trump is the leader of our party, and his endorsement in this is the most powerful force in politics. And I'm honored to have his support, and I look forward to working with him in the Senate to deliver for Texas. Tonight, we just sent a Texas-sized message to Washington. I said it in March, and I'll say it again now. Today, change was on the ballot, and change won. Let me be clear, this is not just my win, this is your win. We just proved that this Senate seat doesn't belong to Washington. It belongs to you, the hardworking men and women of this state. We went up against $150 million in all the attacks in the world, and you know what happened? The voters declared loud and clear a simple truth that we know in our hearts and in our souls: Texas is not for sale. Now I want to take a minute to say something about Senator Cornyn. I want to thank Senator Cornyn for his service to this state. John has dedicated much of his life to serving Texas. He's worked diligently for years to help Texas. And for that spirit of service to the Lone Star State and our nation, I'm very grateful. Thank you, John. So no matter who you supported in this race, whether it was me, Senator Cornyn, or you voted for someone different in March, I want to thank every single Texan, and I want to let them know that I want to earn your support. Tonight is not the end of a campaign. Tonight is the beginning of the fight to preserve every value we hold dear. The future of Texas and the future of America is on the line, and I intend to do everything I can to expand our movement. I've won 3 statewide elections because I know how critical it is for our party to come together, and that's what we must do now. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November. Texas will be the radical left's #1 priority. But if there's one thing I know about Texans, it's that we're not going to let them take it. This campaign is not about red versus blue. It's about so much more. My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Tallarico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Tallarico. But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this. James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports, gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said. His first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Tallarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. Yes. He wants the open borders policies of Biden, the woke agenda of AOC. He's going to push trillions more in spending that's going to continue to drive up prices for all of us. He can never become our senator, but I need your help. We know James Tallarico is going to raise more money than any Democrat in America. So I need everyone watching to go to kenpaxton.com and donate right now and support this campaign. Every Democrat, and I would say every Republican, knows that if we lose this state, if Republicans lose this state, we lose the country. Amen. But I truly believe that together, not only will we win this race, but we can ensure that America's best days are ahead of us. Yes. You see, I'm not just running against the Democrats. I'm running to deliver for you, just as I have as Attorney General. I'm running to lower your cost of living because you deserve to be able to buy a home, afford groceries, and have a high quality of health care without being forced to stay up at night worrying about how you're going to pay your monthly premium or pay off your debt. In the Senate, I'll support President Trump's America First agenda and finally secure our nation's elections by passing the Save America Act. I've taken on big food and big pharma as Attorney General, and I'm going to continue doing that in the Senate because making America healthy again is critical for our nation's future. As Attorney General, I've sued some of the largest companies in the world like Netflix, Snapchat, and Roblox for taking advantage of our kids by exposing them to dangerous, addictive material. In Washington, I will not stop fighting to protect Texas children from big tech hurting our kids. Amen. We live in dangerous times, and that's exactly why I'll support our military and be ready to confront the threat from Communist China, which is our #1 geopolitical enemy. Just a few weeks ago, I helped establish the first ever detransition clinic in the country at Texas Children's Hospital. This will help kids reverse the damage caused by radical doctors who tried to transition them. And in the Senate, I will never back down from taking on the woke mob. I've also seen firsthand how bad judges can destroy our freedom and force a liberal agenda on Texas. That's why I will be dedicated to confirming judges who will uphold and defend the Constitution. So now it's time to finish this, Texas. We have until November to come together and bring as many people into this campaign as possible, defeat James Tallarico, and deliver for our state. Yes. I can't thank you enough for your support and your hard work and your vote. Thank you for making history. God bless you, God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Coming up next, GOP Texas Senator John Cornyn speaking with reporters after the Texas U.S. Senate Republican primary runoff election.
Well, good evening, everybody. After a public service career lasting more than 4 decades and 18 consecutive campaign wins, tonight we've come up short in this primary runoff. You know, a few years ago, I had a friend of mine say, "You know what makes God laugh?" He said, "When we make plans." I've spent most of my time in the Senate building the Republican Party in Texas and in the U.S. Senate, and I've always supported the Republican ticket, and I intend to do so again in this general election. I've said throughout this race that I trust the voters of Texas, and they've made their decision, and I must respect it. Tonight I'm joined up here by 3 women who mean everything to me and without whom I never would have enjoyed the incredible ride and public service career that I've had for many, many years. Of course, my wife Sandy of 46 years and counting, and then our daughters Danley and Haley, of whom I'm enormously proud, and they mean everything to me. Politics is hard on families, especially, but I believe, and I know my family believes, that public service is an honorable calling. Serving others is a high purpose. And while much about politics is ugly, we choose to serve through the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course, we could not have run this race without an outstanding campaign team that has served me so well through so many campaigns, truly the finest I've ever worked with. To Rob, Mayanne, and Andy, and the entire campaign team who worked tirelessly and gave everything they had, and who believed in me, I want to express my gratitude. Of course, I want to thank my U.S. Senate staff, ably led in Washington, D.C. by Drew and in Texas by David. You work hard for 32 million Texans every day that I'm honored to represent, with long hours, high stress, and job uncertainty. I want to express my gratitude to my staff for their incredible professionalism and dedication to the 32 million people of Texas that I'm honored to represent. To everyone who's worked with me, alongside of me for all these many years, I just want to say thank you. And then to my supporters in this campaign, more than 1,000 current and former elected official endorsements, more than 30 statewide organizations, to every financial supporter, every volunteer, everyone who voted for me in this election, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tonight I'm reminded of something Teddy Roosevelt said in 1910. He said, "It's not the critic that counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and blood and sweat, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming. But who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end, the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be among those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat." A number of years ago, up in West Texas, that's not the region, that's the city, where there was a terrible catastrophe, a county commissioner up there said something that stuck with me all these years. He said, "Being a Texan doesn't describe where you're from. It describes who your family is." And for the past 2.5 decades, I have represented this family in the United States Senate. During that time, I helped write and pass a number of historic tax reform bills, focused on building our military for tomorrow, helping put hundreds of conservative judges on the federal bench, worked to take Washington's boot off the necks of Texas job creators, and helped tackle some of our nation's most challenging problems. In this runoff election, approximately 8% of registered voters made their voices heard. And of that 8% who voted, roughly 60% said they were ready for a different direction. Another reminder that those who show up decide for those who do not. There's a simple rule in elections, you've heard me say it before, and that is the candidate who gets the most votes wins. The party in the majority gets to govern, and my hope is to keep my party in power for generations. I am an optimist by nature, which is just another way of saying I am a Texan. Yesterday when I was in San Antonio, where I stood alongside of 109 students who had been admitted to service academies for this upcoming year, this was the 20th time that we've had this academy send-off, and it remains my favorite event of the year, because these young men and women, the leaders of our military and our communities in our nation tomorrow, give me great hope and optimism for our future. Well, a scripture verse comes to mind as well, where the Apostle Paul said, "I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race, and I've kept the faith." Over the next 7 months, of my service in the United States Senate, I intend to continue my work to help make this nation a better place for all Texans and all Americans. Thank you very much, and may God bless Texas, and may he continue to bless the United States of America.
Senator Cornyn.
I'll have more to say later.
All right, guys, make a hold, please.
You still have concerns about Ken Paxton?
Make a hold.
watching C-SPAN, Democracy Unfiltered.
America celebrates 250 years, and C-SPAN is there to mark every moment, from the signing of the Declaration of Independence to the voices shaping our nation's future, from famous speeches
Give me liberty or give me death,
to battle reenactments and visits to key historic sites across the country. We bring you unprecedented, all-platform coverage, exploring the stories, sights, and spirit that make up America. Join us for remarkable coast-to-coast coverage, featuring key events from our past that make possible the unlimited opportunities of our future, celebrating our nation's journey like no other network can. America 250, over a year of historic moments. C-SPAN, official media partner of America 250.
C-SPAN is brought to you by the cable, satellite, and streaming companies that provide C-SPAN as a public service.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington and across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, The Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor on the results of Texas GOP Senate primary runoff and campaign 2026. Then investigative journalist Catherine Herridge discusses independent journalism and political news of the day, including the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And Scott McFarlane of Midas Touch News on the role of independent journalism in today's media and some of the latest news stories. C-SPAN's Washington Journal, joining the conversation live at 7 Eastern Wednesday morning on C-SPAN. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
On Wednesday, American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten speaks about education standards while unveiling a 10-point action plan focused on the importance of hands-on learning in the era of artificial intelligence. From the National Press Club, watch live at 9 a.m. Eastern on C-SPAN 2, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, and online at cspan.org.
On Wednesday, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, former Vice President Mike Pence, and former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will speak at a conference focused on finding common ground across party lines and addressing the growing political divide in the U.S. Hosted by the Detroit Regional Chamber Mackinac Policy Conference, watch live this morning at 10:10 a.m. Eastern on C-SPAN. C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, and online at cspan.org. And now, former Texas U.S. Congressman Colin Allred, winner of the Democratic primary runoff against current Congresswoman Julie Johnson in the race for the 33rd District. Representative Johnson succeeded Mr. Allred in the 32nd Congressional District in Texas in the 2024 general election, when he ran unsuccessfully to challenge U.S. Senator Ted Cruz.
Okay. Well, listen, I am not here to say the election's over. It's not. Okay? We're still counting Election Day votes. But it looks good. Okay? And I'm looking forward to when it's finally over. Because the truth is, I think we've all had enough of primary season. Yes. When Donald Trump and the Republican Party are eviscerating our rights and our Constitution, making life unaffordable for working people, starting wars out of nowhere, we need to move on from talking about what's going on in the Democratic Party and start talking about what they've been doing. These folks, I talked to a voter today, and I just said, I'm just calling you to encourage you to vote. I think she thought I was AI at first. And I told her, listen, these are the reasons I think you should vote. And she said, I hope y'all just do something about how much everything costs. She said, I can't afford to fill my gas tank. She said, if I take $50 to the grocery store, I can't get enough for my family to eat. And I was just thinking, these elections matter. But what we really have to do is get to the work that these folks need us to do.
Yes.
Because there are people out there who are struggling.
Yes.
There are people out there who are looking for somebody who might care. And I do. And I know y'all do. We know what's at stake. A couple of weeks ago, the Supreme Court thought that they could go ahead and eliminate the ability for us to elect candidates of our choosing in the South. They struck down what was the remaining portions of the Voting Rights Act. And as a voting rights lawyer, I took that personally. But I also think that it's time for us to no longer live off the accomplishments of the civil rights movement or of past generations who fought for our rights. It's time for us to fight for those rights, right? And I got to tell you, I feel like we're heading for a good election in November, right? But here in the Democratic Party, we also have to make sure we make very clear who we stand for. And in this election, that's why I'm so happy to be here at the CWA Hall and to have the support. And to have the support of the AFL-CIO and my brothers and sisters in labor. Because the Democratic Party, if we stand for anything, it has to be for working people. It has to be for opportunity, for the idea that if you work hard and you play by the rules, that you should be able to get ahead. It's a very simple promise, but it's one that has been broken. I can't tell folks now that this system is fair to them. I can't tell them that. If you feel like it's rigged, that's because it has been. And we have to unrig it. I've been going all around our city and our area to places that you wouldn't normally campaign. Boxing matches, right, Renee? Construction sites, grocery stores, restaurants, anywhere where working people are, to talk to them about what's going on in their lives. And they know Donald Trump is corrupt, and they know that he's not on their side, but they're wondering if the Democratic Party is too. So I'm here tonight to say the Democratic Party will stand with working people in this election and going forward. That's what we stand for. We're going to stand up when they want to spend your tax dollars dropping bombs in the Middle East. I've had enough of this nonsense, of us thinking we're going to solve all of our problems just by attacking people. That's not foreign policy. That's being a bully. We're going to stand up for the idea that diversity is a good thing. Yes. Right? That it makes us better. We're stronger because of how diverse we are. North Texas is strong because of what we look like. But it's been under attack. And I have so many people that I want to thank. I can't say thank you for making sure that we won, because we're not there yet. But I have a lot of people I want to thank. And I want to thank, first of all, my excellent campaign team. If y'all have had any interaction, to my campaign manager, Shad, to the whole team, y'all got to bear with me because I'm going to say their names. Nicole, Jane, Sonia, Kennedy, Dexter, Chase, Anna, Paige, Ed, and Jasmine, and our great field team for knocking on the doors. I want to thank Representative Retta Bowers for being my friend throughout this whole thing, my church member, and her son, John Bowers. I want to thank all of the folks who've been involved in this campaign. To Jasmine Crockett, thank you so much for your leadership. You know, Jasmine's not done, and I appreciate her for the voice that she had, both in terms of running for Senate, but also in terms of using her platform to encourage people to stay involved. Yep. And I have to tell you that when I got elected in 2018, I forgot to thank my wife. She was standing right next to me, and I thanked everybody else in the room, but I didn't thank Allie. Allie and I have two boys, Jordan and Cameron. They're 7 and 5. all this campaigning and all this stuff has made it hard for us sometimes. And she's held it together on the home front and kept me sane. And I can't thank her enough. She's at home with our kids right now. And some of y'all have heard me say this, but I carry 2 rocks with me everywhere I go. My boys are kind of funny. They collect rocks, and they bring them to me. And I have like a whole collection of rocks at home, and they're just normal rocks. They're not special rocks. But they thought they were special, and they brought them home. And so I carry these 2 little rocks with me everywhere I go. And I tell my boys that whenever I'm not with them, I have my rocks with me so that I'm carrying some of them with me. And my message to y'all in this time where everything seems dark, where you feel like you see progress going backwards, where you feel like nobody cares or sees you, that your government is attacking you, that we have an out-of-control ICE terrorizing our communities, that when we have a president who just talks about himself with no mention of the greater good or the broader interest, to remember your 2 rocks, that there's something that motivates you to believe in our society, to believe in our community, to believe in your family, to believe that we can do better than this. Don't let them get you down. They want us to believe there's nothing we can do about this. But when we beat them in November and we take back the Congress, we're going to hold them accountable. I'm telling you. I want to see butts in seats. I want to see hearings. I want to see investigations. I want to see us hold them accountable. They've been breaking the law. And we're going to make sure folks know about it. And here in North Texas, if they come into Dallas or they come into these communities, I want them to know that I'm going to be watching. Yes. And that if you violate my people's civil rights, I will be there to fight you every step of the way. You hear me? Because they think we're going to go back. And we ain't going back. We're not going back to counting jelly beans in a jar or bubbles on a bar of soap. We're not going back to ask for permission to be involved in our democracy. We're not going back. And this election here in November, we're going to stand up to them. Are y'all ready? Yeah. You fired up? Yeah. You ready to go? Yeah. Fired up? Yeah. Let's do it. Okay, appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
And up next, Texas Democratic Congresswoman Julie Johnson, who succeeded former Congressman Colin Allred in the 32nd Congressional District in Texas in the 2024 general election. She addressed supporters after the state's Democratic primary runoff.
Thank you so much to everyone who's been on this journey. I've had the great privilege to serve North Texas for 8 years. This, we're not happy with how the votes came out so far. We're waiting on election night. We had some strong support at the polls, but if it doesn't turn out our way, I'm going to congratulate Mr. Allred. I'm Team Democrat. I want to win in November. I want our slate to win in November. I want to thank my team. They're amazing. They've been with me the whole time. But we're going to wait for the votes to come in. I'm a strong believer that every vote counts. We've worked really hard. And I'm really proud of the campaign that we've run. But more importantly, I'm really proud of the record that we've achieved during the 8 years I've had a chance to serve. It's not everybody gets a chance to do this. And, redistricting is a bitch. And it's had its intended consequence where none of the current incumbent members are likely to return to Congress here in North Texas. And so the Republicans, we cannot let them win in November. We have to double down as Democrats. We have to come together and unify behind our ticket, because that's who we are. We can't have squabbling. We can't have hard feelings. We all have to move on because what is at stake for the values that we share is far too great than to get mired in petty grievances. So I am going to do everything I can to make sure my friend Nathan Johnson is the next Attorney General. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure Gina Hinojosa is our next governor. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure James Talarico is our next senator. We'll all have to join together, but now it's time to have a cocktail. We're going to wait for election day returns, but I just want to say to thank you to everyone who has supported me on this journey, who's been part of this ride. It's been a hell of a ride, being a Texas Democrat, I gotta say, in the state legislature and in Congress. But when I was contemplating running for this seat in 2024, I remember having a conversation with my dad. And he goes, honey, you're gonna regret it if you never try. And I have no regrets. Thank you.
Campaign 2026 is underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every seat in the United States House of Representatives is up for grabs, along with 33 U.S. Senate races, and the outcome of both could reshape the balance of power in Washington. Voters will also decide 36 gubernatorial contests. From the campaign trail to election night, follow Campaign 2026 on the C-SPAN networks. C-SPAN, bringing you democracy unfiltered.